Metalink Manufacturing Corporation are the people that created the panels for our house. I must say that I'm very, very happy because it's durable, it's sturdy. I know that my house will always be safe, and I know that the materials are top-notch. Thank you, Metalink Manufacturing Corporation. I love you guys.
I'm Architect Helen Minero. I'm site architect from NGNT, INC. Two-story residence. It's renovated from the old house before, so well renovated yung house. So, bagong set up siya ng old version ng asphalt shingles. That's why medyo okay siya on dun sa roofing ko, especially kapag naka-strip siya. Unfortunately, yung akin hindi. Pero yeah, maganda siya kasi may unique design siya. And ito matibay din. Matibay in the sense na so far, wala pang leak. Since ilang bagyo na yung dumating. So, recommended naman yung design, yung style, yung pagka-classy ng mundo. Kaya maganda. Thank you sa Metal Link for the nice job doing dun sa roof ko. And I really recommend it to other contractors and suppliers to use the Metal Link roofing. Worth it naman. Worth it on the price and worth it dun sa design.
The way we live is changing. Our smarter, more connected world is shaping the environments we work, play, learn, relax, commute, and explore in. Our living spaces. At Lixil, we understand living spaces like no one else. We're the global leader in housing and building materials, products and services. From the tiniest details to the grandest designs, inside and out, we're working to create the future of good living for everyone, everywhere. We do this through a forward-thinking approach we call living technology. Living technology means human-centric innovation, using unique methods to find out what people really need. It means sharing insights across our global community of experts so we can drive the world forward together. Whether we're perfecting the touchless tap or shaping skylines with Frank Gehry and Kengo Kuma, living technology means design that doesn't just look beautiful, but works intelligently too, like our revolutionary aqua ceramic technology that keeps toilets sparkling clean for 100 years. It means reliable quality, from materials to processes to solutions. And living technology means caring about people and the planet we all call home. With inventions like the world's most insulating window and our life-saving Sato toilet, we're building a better future responsibly, making good living a reality for everyone, everywhere. From our roots in Japan, Lixil has grown into an amazing 80,000-strong family. With global brands in over 150 countries, our products and services are used by more than 1 billion people worldwide every day. Together, our incredible network of people, ideas, and technologies are creating the future of living spaces. Together, we are Lixil, the link to good living.
Claire?
Si Wanda? Ano? Ha? No? Ay, magtago ka.
Ano? Bakit? Claire? Claire? Namiss mo ba ako?
Bakit ang may girl, lalo?
May number 2 ka.
Wala, Han. Wala akong number 2.
Number 2?
Oo. Saan yung sinasabi mong number 2?
Sorry, Han.
Talong number 2 sa number 1.
Celso, laya ka na.
Ang dami na nagbago sa mundo. Buti ka pa, hindi ka nagbabago.
Ay, salamat! Laya na rin ako!
Sino ka?
Ako si Jennifer, ang iyong genie. Mag-wish ka, Celso! Gusto mo ba ng food? How about drinks? Gusto mo ba ng travel abroad? Gusto mo ba ng girls? O baka boys? Joke! Anong gusto mo?
Gusto kong bumata uli. Bumalik sa panahong 20 years ago.
Masusunod. Eto ka.
Bumata uli ako! Bakit nakakulong uli ako? Bumalik nga ako ng 20 years ago.
Voice and Bug Off is a new water-based anti-insect paint scientifically proven to kill disease-causing insects. When insects get in contact with the painted surface, the inert microscopic crystals set in the paint's layer attack the nervous system of insects, while humans remain unharmed. Voice and Bug Off is safe for humans. It's non-toxic and non-invasive, each coat lasting up to 2 years. Voice and Bug Off.
Oikos started in 1984 in Italy. First thing they had in mind was to create an industrial product that's sustainable and healthy for the environment. When Oikos produces their materials, they make sure there are no solvents that are harmful to humans. They take out the formaldehyde that usually seen in some of the paint products that you see out there. They're also, by the way, certified by HACCP with an A+ grading. So it says a lot about the products that Oikos produces. This is an example of our Carmen Epeto Moire finish. It does give a little bit of that iridescent finish or sheen that you see, so it really livens up any space. The Travertino Romano, on a very industrial look finish. You can put this in a very high traffic area, such as hallways, stairwells, because it has the abrasion resistant as well as the impact resistant. This is another product line that we have called Encanto. This is a sandy metallic finish which has different kinds of potential textures that you can recreate. As an accent piece, it's actually a great finish material to use. They believe in the LCA, the life cycle assessment, right from the procurement of the material. How it's going to be manufactured safely, how it's going to be distributed to the seller and then to the end user, and all the way up to even removing the paints eventually and recycling them and reusing them. So the full 360 is what Oikos really considers, and that's what makes it sustainable. I'm inviting anybody who's very interested in using Oikos. Please visit us here in LRI Design Plaza. And you also may visit our website, www.oikos-paint.ph.
Metalink Manufacturing Corporation are the people that created the panels for our house. I must say that I'm very, very happy because it's durable, it's sturdy. I know that my house will always be safe, and I know that the materials are top notch. Thank you, Metalink Manufacturing Corporation. I love you guys.
I'm Architect Helen Minero. I'm site architect from NGNT, INC. Two-story residence. It's renovated from the old house before, so well renovated yung house. So, bagong set up siya ng old version ng asphalt shingles. That's why medyo okay siya on dun sa roofing ko, especially kapag naka-step siya. Unfortunately, yung akin hindi. Pero yeah, maganda siya kasi may unique design siya. And ito matibay din. Matibay in the sense na so far, wala pang leak. Since ilang bagyo na yung dumating. So, recommended naman yung design, yung style, yung pagka-classy ng door. Kaya maganda. Thank you sa Metal Link for the nice job doing dun sa roof ko. And I really recommend it to other contractors and pliers to use the Metal Link roofing. Worth it naman. Worth it on the price and worth it dun sa design.
The way we live is changing. Our smarter, more connected world is shaping the environments we work, play, learn, relax, commute, and explore in. Our living spaces. At Lixil, we understand living spaces like no one else. We're the global leader in housing and building materials, products and services. From the tiniest details to the grandest designs, inside and out, we're working to create the future of good living for everyone, everywhere. We do this through a forward-thinking approach we call living technology. Living technology means human-centric innovation, using unique methods to find out what people really need. It means sharing insights across our global community of experts so we can drive the world forward together. Whether we're perfecting the touchless tap or shaping skylines with Frank Gehry and Kengo Kuma, living technology means design that doesn't just look beautiful, but works intelligently too, like our revolutionary aqua ceramic technology that keeps toilets sparkling clean for 100 years. It means reliable quality, from materials to processes to solutions. And living technology means caring about people and the planet we all call home. With inventions like the world's most insulating window and our life-saving Sato toilet, we're building a better future responsibly, making good living a reality for everyone, everywhere. From our roots in Japan, Lixil has grown into an amazing 80,000-strong family with global brands in over 150 countries. Our products and services are used by more than 1 billion people worldwide every day. Together, our incredible network of people, ideas, and technologies are creating the future of living spaces. Together, we are Lixil, the link to good living.
Haner?
Si Manda? Ano? Ha? No? Ay, magtalo ka.
Ano? Bakit? Haner? Haner? Namiss mo ba ako?
Bakit ang may girl, lalo?
May number 2 ka. Wala, Han.
Wala akong number 2.
Number 2?
Ano yung sinasabi mong number 2?
Sorry, Han.
Talong number 2 sa number 1.
Celso, laya ka na.
Ang dami na nagbago sa mundo. Buti ka pa, hindi ka nagbabago.
Ay, salamat! Laya na rin ako!
Sino ka?
Ako si Jennifer, ang iyong genie. Mag-wish ka, Celso! Gusto mo ba ng food? How about drinks? Gusto mo ba ng travel abroad? Gusto mo ba ng girls? O baka boys? Joke! Anong gusto mo?
Gusto kong bumata uli. Bumalik sa panahong 20 years ago.
Masusunod. Eto ka.
Bumata uli ako! Bakit nakakulong uli ako? Bumalik nga ka ng 20 years ago.
Voice and Bug Off is a new water-based anti-insect paint scientifically proven to kill disease-causing insects. When insects get in contact with the painted surface, the inert microscopic crystals set in the paint's layer attack the nervous system of insects, while humans remain unharmed. Voice and Bug Off is safe for humans. It's non-toxic and non-invasive, each coat lasting up to 2 years. Voice and Bug Off.
Oikos started in 1984 in Italy. First thing they had in mind was to create an industrial product that's sustainable and healthy for the environment. When Oikos produces their materials, they make sure there are no solvents that are harmful to humans. They take out the formaldehyde that usually seen in some of the paint products that you see out there. They're also, by the way, certified by HACCP with an A+ grading. So it says a lot about the products that Oikos produces. This is an example of our Carmen Epeto Moire finish. It does give a little bit of that iridescent finish or sheen that you see, so it really livens up any space. The Travertino Romano, on a very industrial look finish. You can put this in a very high traffic area, such as hallways, stairwells, because it has the abrasion resistant as well as the impact resistant. This is another product line that we have called Encanto. This is a sandy metallic finish which has different kinds of potential textures that you can recreate. As an accent piece, it's actually a great finish material to use. They believe in the LCA, the life cycle assessment, right from the procurement of the material. How it's going to be manufactured safely, how it's going to be distributed to the seller and then to the end user, and all the way up to even removing the paints eventually and recycling them and reusing them. So the full 360 is what Oikos really considers, and that's what makes it sustainable. I'm inviting anybody who's very interested in using Oikos. Please visit us here in LRI Design Plaza. And you also may visit our website, www.oikos-paint.ph.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, and welcome to UAP Makati Chapter's April GMM Viva Arkitektong Pilipino. Please join me in welcoming the Master of Ceremony for today, Architect Graya Angelica C. Zamudio.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the UAP Harmony Prayer, the Philippine National Anthem, the UAP March, and the Architect's Credo. We enjoin everyone to sing and recite, in unison.
O Lord, we cry for peace. Purify our eyes to see peace. Purify our minds to understand peace.
Linisin niyo ang aming puso upang mahalin ang kapayapaan. Linisin niyo ang aming diwa upang maabot ang kapayapaan.
Ang kapayapaang nagmumula sa iyong pagmamahal at pag-unawa.
O Ginoo, palig-una ang among pananaw sa kalinaw. Giniyahan sa imong inspirasyon. Bisan og aduna kay daghang pamaagi sa pagpadayeg sa imong presensya, ang estilo nimo kanunay. Kay ikaw mipadayon sa imong pakigsulti kanamong tanan. Kanunay kang nagatiman kanamong tanan.
Ramidan na kam o ako, apagilasinan ti kapyam, nagbibiyag akan kanayon, amakipatpatang ken ka.
Sa pagintiende sang imo pagkahipos kag presensya, sa paagi sang istoryahanay sa amon nga kaugalingon para matukiban namon ang buot silingon sang kabuhi.
Ing pakipagtalamitang karing aliwa, ban misulong king masampat aparalan ding sabla.
Tawi kami sa moyang kagurangnan, nin kusog, tanganing mabuhay sa pag-urolay, sa tahaw nin pagkabaranga asindai pagkakasirinabota.
And to build peace with all people of sincere hearts who believe in love and compassion. Amen.
Like an architect, the Philippines are free, sworn to uphold our profession's dignity. Artists will create, will design and plan, build a shelter for the family of man. As architects we build with artistry and vision, with humble hearts of vision and with dedication. Combining strength, utility, and beauty, in a simple house of compensation. One in heart and one in soul. One for one and one for all. These architects are the symbols of greatness, loyal to the UAP. We pledge to ourselves to serve our country with a fervent work. So let us all be architects with a Filipino soul.
I shall work with this general objective, that I am accountable to God, to Mother Earth, to my country, to my fellow men, and to myself. I shall uphold the ideals and follow the norms and ethical conduct of this noble profession. I shall pursue moral and professional excellence to the utmost level of integrity, through industrious dedication and meaningful application to my work, that merits a reputation for quality of services, worthy of fair remuneration. I shall pledge myself to the highest standard of professionalism in relation to clients, colleagues, industry partners, and society. I shall dedicate myself to the pursuit of creative endeavor towards the goal of enlightened art and science, generously sharing it. I shall respect the rights and works of my colleagues in the profession and confine my comments to constructive intents. I shall endeavor to do my duty in the protection of our common environment and the preservation of architectural heritage for the sake of the present and future generations. So help me God.
welcome. So once again, to all of our attendees, please rename your Zoom IDs using the format indicated in the Zoom chat. So this is for our chapter's documentation. And to all of our participants, please note that an evaluation form link will be posted in the Zoom chat after the talk, and this will serve as your attendance. And now, without further ado, to introduce our first guest speaker for today, please join me in welcoming UAP Makati Chapter Auditor, Architect Cecilia M. San Diego.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Raya. For our first guest this afternoon, Architect Armando Ali has been engaged in the professional practices of the architectural and environmental planning professions for about 4 decades, with his areas of practice relating to consulting and transaction advisory services for transportation facilities like tollways and expressways, long-span bridges, airports, multimodal and intermodal terminals, stations, depots, and the like, land reclamation and land and property development proposals, and regulation for the built environment, specifically the formulation and development of development controls, including land use and building regulations. About 35% of his project involvements were with the expatriate professionals for various countries, chiefly the USA, the UK, Germany, Japan, and South Korea. Ladies and gentlemen, our past BOA Chairman, Architect Armando Ali, FUAP.
Sorry, I'm still unable to share the presentation. Yes, that's disabled the hosting feature.
You can share now, Architect Ali.
All right, here it is. Okay, sorry. Thank you, first of all, to Cecilia for that introduction, and to Ria and President Titus, also to the members and the directors of the chapter for having me here. So the topic that was assigned to me discusses the triumphs and challenges of Filipino architects today. So I'll start off with something that we need to know. That's basically something we need to know about ourselves. There are about 50,000 of us who are registered architects. That's for the last 100 years. And roughly about maybe about 60% or a little less than 60% have been renewing their licenses for probably the last 3 to 5 years. But interestingly, only about 150 out of the 50,000, or about 1% hold international accreditations, and going down to I think around maybe there's another item here about the number of architects that are actually in international practice. That's line 8. We estimate that there could be something like 400 or 0.8% of registered architects who are in actual international practice at present. So the numbers are still quite low, but we are slowly but surely progressing to a state where we'll probably find ourselves in a situation where we would have more registered and licensed architects or registered architects engaged in international practice. So we need to stress this because we are already in the age of globalization. So since 1994-95, when the Philippines signed the World Trade Organization General Agreement on Trade and Services, that's WTO GATS, we basically committed ourselves to opening our market to foreign professionals, foreign architects basically. And we're also hoping that someday we will be in a position to continually penetrate their markets, their home markets. So we're hoping that it's not going to be a one-way street, that there will be that exchange, basically that's trade. So us having those opportunities to practice or to tap their markets and us giving access to our markets. So going down the line, there are some other things that we need to know in terms of numbers, but I won't be going over the entire list. You could read these for yourselves. But one thing I'd like to point out is item 15. Institutions offering formal architectural education or architectural instruction in the Philippines. We now have, I think, more than 100 institutions, schools offering architectural degree courses. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, that's the largest number in the entire Southeast Asia, if not the entire Asian continent. No? So 100 schools offering architecture. So there would really need to be at some point, there would really need to be some probably some evaluation as to how these schools are really doing, because we could certainly do with less than probably 50 schools that would really focus on architecture rather than have 100 different schools offering architecture. And many of these schools are actually under engineering departments. That's something that we'd also like to point out. So probably in the future, there could be some effort towards looking at how architecture instruction is administered. Because the reason why I had to raise this is because this has a direct effect on international practice. So presently, the Philippines or Philippine schools are not taking part in the Canberra Accord, which basically recognizes architectural education in some of the more advanced countries, as well as some of the countries like Singapore, Hong Kong, and Japan and Korea are probably already members. So we're hoping that someday that we'll be able to penetrate that Canberra Accord and elevate the level of architectural formal architectural instruction in the Philippines. This offers us a portal to international practice, and if we are able to increase or better the level of architectural instruction in the Philippines, this would certainly open a lot of doors internationally to Philippine architects. Going on to the next slide. In our law, there are three types of architects mentioned: the architect of record, the architect in charge of construction, and the consulting architect. The architect of record is basically the one who signs and dry seals the plans and specifications and the other architectural documents, on the assumption that said architect of record was the one who directly supervised the preparation of said architectural documents. So in a way, that is the most important position, being the architect of record in local practice. But there are two others, which are architect in charge of construction and architecture consulting. I won't be going into detail about or discussions about architects in charge of construction, but I'd like to focus briefly on architecture consulting, because this is something that has really come into its own over the last 3 decades. In the 90s, basically there were about maybe about a dozen firms that were actually engaged in architecture consulting. But somewhere along the way, probably in the mid 2000s, these firms which had organized themselves had to break up and go their own their separate ways. We now have actually more architectural firms engaged in architecture consulting, but they are not organized. They actually actively compete against each other, and as a result, a lot of the other professions have actually edged in to the architectural market, local architectural market, particularly the public sector architecture. So I'll be going into that in some of the later slides. But basically, what we have what we have at present is this: a lot of architects are acquiring graduate and postgraduate degrees in the hopes that these could somehow be equated in time with the actual professional experience, because that is what architecture consulting is partly about. It's about your academic background. That means they look at whether you've had graduate or postgraduate studies, as well as your actual professional experience. So if you combine the two, you are able to get into better positions for nomination, especially in project teams where you would also have teammates coming from expatriate teammates coming from different countries, especially countries which are actively into official development assistance. So official development assistance means countries like Japan through JICA offering assistance to conceptualize, initiate, execute projects, and even go into their operation and management. So there's a lot of room for architects to be involved in package projects, especially those funded by Official Development Assistance or ODA. Now, these situations of seeing architects actively seeking graduate and postgraduate studies, and another thing that about architects seeking separate registrations or licenses from the PRC. These are clear indications that there is a clear rise in interest among RLAs in architecture consulting. And probably in the later slides, I'll be showing you exactly what has happened. A lot of these RLAs are actually receiving good rates or good compensation for their services. But of course, these compensation packages basically arose from acquiring those graduate and postgraduate degrees, as well as probably in a way acquiring those separate registrations or licenses from PRC or elsewhere. Now, many Philippine architects have already acquired various forms of international recognition. Presently, we have more than 100 architects accredited as ASEAN architects, and there are about 50, maybe even 60 architects registered as APEC architects. But there are other fields like construction arbitration, dispute resolution, or dispute avoidance, where there are also architects getting involved. For instance, in studies of FIDIC, general conditions of contract. Many new contracts, sometimes also in the private sector, but many new government contracts and many new ODA contracts, official development assistance contracts, are FIDIC based. This is a French organization that drew up contract pro forma contract conditions, and these conditions are being followed right now in many of these new contracts. And so there are some architects that are actually involved in looking at these contracts. DBRF is another area. That's a Dispute Board Resolution Foundation. It's a US-based organization. And the purpose of this is to avoid disputes or avoid conflict during contract situations or during project execution. And then, of course, there's international arbitration. There are maybe something like 10 or maybe a dozen architects already in these areas, but seeing the interest of some younger architects in this field, we expect that probably in the next 2 to 3, maybe 4 years, the number could double, maybe reaching as much as 25 architects in these areas of endeavor. And then, of course, there are some architects who have actively sought and have received international awards for their work over the last 5, maybe 6 years. And you've heard of them, but I won't be naming names right now. But you've probably heard of them. So these are major awards. Now, local architects have actually also excelled in many fields of endeavor allied to architecture. We need to probably look at this certain narrow view by some of our fellow architects, that architects are mainly intended to be involved with the regular design of buildings or dwellings. No? We have actually much more. We could do actually much more. For instance, the 2010 Standards of Professional Practice, there's 10 different documents there. They basically spell out the array of services that architects can actually render. And the detailed design, regular design of buildings is only one of those 10 volumes or 10 chapters or 10 sectors. No? So there's a lot more. So if we actually are unable to succeed in actual design, there are maybe 8 or 9 other areas to look at wherein you can probably excel. And many architects have actually done just that. Some interior designers have actually garnered awards for PRC Outstanding Interior Designer. They're basically architects. Same with environmental planner. The environmental planner of the year, probably for the last 10 years, maybe about 5 are architects, and other areas. What's also important to look at is that there are now something like 3 or 4 architect lawyers. So there is something to look at in this because a lot more architects are already getting quite interested in the law, in many aspects of the law, whether it's regulation, whether it's legislation, or probably even litigation, so even arbitration for that matter. So there are architect lawyers already in our midst, and if I'm not mistaken, there are about 4 or 5 others who are in various stages of their law studies. So maybe in the next 4 or 5 years, there could be 8 architect lawyers already. So what we're saying basically is that the architects are emerging now as one of the new, rapidly evolving hyphenated professional, multitasking. More architects already in the regulation infrastructure, planning, design, construction, development, and dispute resolution areas. We find architects in regulation. We find architects in the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, Housing and Land Use Regulatory Board, DPWH, and the LGUs. We find a lot of architects there. And architects also in infrastructure planning and design. We find them for departments like the DPWH, DOTR, DepEd, and so on. A lot of these architects, many of them probably in their 30s, late 20s, probably late 30s, even early 40s. A lot of them deal on an everyday basis with expatriates, especially those with ODA-funded projects. So whether it's railways, airports, ports, and so on, tollways, or even long bridges. And then we have architects also in construction. Both local and international construction. There are many joint ventures for construction projects, but we find a lot of architects in design build services and contract by administration arrangements. And then some architects have actually been practicing project and construction management probably for the last 3 or 4 or 5 decades, but noticeably not too many architects are going into this field. But it is something that's highly recommended. This is something that architects should really look at because architects could prove to be good managers. And then also in alternative dispute resolution and dispute avoidance, there are many architects right now. There are about a dozen of them. Alternative dispute resolution, this means that there's already a conflict and that you have to go into a venue in order to resolve that conflict. So it's either mediation or arbitration. And if those two fail, you need to go to litigation. And then this, dispute avoidance is fairly new in the Philippines, but it has been around for about 12 years, 13 years in Europe and the United States. Dispute avoidance basically means avoiding getting into that situation where you have to go into alternative dispute resolution. So the entities, let's say the professionals tasked with dispute avoidance, have to be in the project from day one in order to help resolve conflict within the project and not let it go out and become a problem for alternative dispute resolution. Now, another thing we need to look at, we're just focusing here on this slide on local projects that are international in nature. So basically those funded by foreign entities or countries. Over the last probably 10 to 15 years, the projects have also become highly complex and the sizes are becoming larger and larger. So it's now commonplace to do 20,000, 30,000, 50,000, 70,000, 8,000, 80,000, even 100,000 square meter buildings. In the 90s and 80s and 90s, the largest building I could think of was the PNB complex along Rojas Boulevard. We were involved with that project for some time. But at that time, in the late 80s, early 90s, it was probably the largest building project in the Philippines at 175,000 square meters. But lately, the 175,000 square meters are actually becoming medium-sized projects. We've heard of projects about 300,000 square meters and so on. Being planned for Philippine location or for location in the Philippines. So in these areas, especially when there are expatriates involved, the local architects find themselves in specialized practices, technical specifications writing, cost estimation, facility planning, especially for transportation facilities and so on. So the level of specialization for architects engaged in these tasks or jobs is actually continuing. So probably in 5-10 years time, we'll have more architects who will be recognized internationally as experts in some of these fields or some of these detailed architectural work. And then the project archetypes that have been evolving over the past 10 to 15 years have also become more complex as they involve many moving parts. So it's not just buildings with fixed components. These are projects with a lot of moving parts, a lot of moving components. So these include airport port railway complexes and so on, even transit-oriented developments, which are partly dependent on the airport port railway complexes. Other project types include mixed-use developments, PUDs and so on, including land reclamation. So the projects are not only becoming bigger, but they are becoming more complex architecturally. So the architects would not just be looking at space planning. They would be looking at a lot of other things, operations, maintenance, and so on. Now, local architects actually have two paths to career progression. Of course, for architects who would probably be working for the last 4 or 5 decades, they know exactly what career progression would mean. But for the younger architects, it basically has to mean evolving as an architect, starting with simple projects and then gradually going into more complex projects. So this is basically what career progression could mean. In the case of the architects, there are already, I think, committees in the PRC that look into career progression. So probably you will hear more about career progression for architects. So this is especially helpful for the younger architects. So there are two paths. Either you do it academically, so you train, you get additional academic training for, let's say, 2 to 8 years. That would be for graduate or postgraduate studies. And then the other path is through experience, which is the longer path, but you'll probably need to devote twice as much time. So the shortcut is really through education. But the beaten path is actually the one for experience. But it would be good to have a balance or a mix of these two, both academic-based career progression and experience-based career progression. Now, 9266 is our first Bible of practice. So our next speaker will be discussing more about this. But basically, what I'd like to point out is right now, this is what we are using as our framework for practice, whether it's local practice or international practice. The law is nearly complete. ABCDE gives you all of the things that have been crafted and passed and approved and promulgated, published over the last, maybe the last 16, 17 years. But again, when we go to item 2, there are a few things that are missing. The procedural manual is actually something that will guide the younger practitioners as to courses of action when confronted with certain situation sets. Now, basically, what this means is that when you're confronted with a situation, this practice situation, what do you do? Do you stay still? Do you move forward, backward, sideways, up or down? So that's basically what the procedural manual tells us. It's something that should actually be put together by the more experienced architects. So probably the College of Fellows or some other group made up of elder or senior architects. But this is very important because this is an important guide to the younger practitioners. And then later on, we need a definitive jurisprudence coming from the Supreme Court, whether it's in the form of a resolution, decision, or issuance that would finally resolve this. It's not actually just a 16-year-old problem. We're not looking at, for instance, other professionals staking claim to our practice since 2004. The last 18 years. It's not just the last 18 years. It actually all started in 1977 when the DPWH issued implementing rules to the National Building Code, making it appear that civil engineers, for instance, can practice architecture. At that time in 1977, so that's almost about 50 years ago, or roughly about 50, maybe about 45 years ago. That time when the DPWH issued that set of implementing rules, civil engineers wanting to become architects stopped enrolling in BS architecture courses. They were pointing to that IRR as something that would allow them to practice architecture. So we need to put a stop to this because the laws are very clear. The law of the land is clear. Only architects can prepare and vouch for, sign and seal architectural documents. Again, our next speaker will be delving on this. Also, the second Bible of practice for local architects, the National Building Code, is also nearly complete. As a law, you see in ABCDE, all of these things that have been put in place probably over the last 45 years. So again, a procedural manual would have to be put together, but this time it's going to have to be addressed to local building officials. And the same thing has to be done, guide them to the proper course of action. And then also jurisprudence coming from the Supreme Court. They have to interpret the law, and they have to interpret the law in such a way that it is clear in the mind of everyone that the NBC and the National Building Code of the Philippines has some primacy over other laws, and that the practice of architecture on Philippine soil is reserved for Philippine architects. And also, we find ourselves in that state probably over the course of the last 15 years. There have been many exchanges online, on social media, and so on. But this is good also for us. Sometimes it may be considered bad because we're talking a lot of details about ourselves too much in public. But what is important is that we're able to voice out our concerns. We're able to ventilate these concerns. We're able to get other ideas from other architects and so on. But we now have that situation wherein a lot of architects are really very much very well apprised of the situation. They have their own opinions. They have formed their own opinions and their own ideas, and have actually also participated in these online discourses. So again, these architects are looking forward to that time when a definitive ruling from the Supreme Court is handed down, again, favoring, hopefully, the architects as clearly mandated under law. The architects act as active partners of the Philippine government. They're there in advocacy work. Many architects have helped the government in putting together a vast array of regulations that deal with physical planning, that deal with building and grounds design, and so on. And probably sometime in the future, this would come in handy because there are now efforts to put together probably an APEC, a common building code for APEC, and probably even a common building code for ASEAN, maybe Asia. And so experience like this may prove useful and very helpful in the future. That's something also that has to be ingrained in many of the younger architects. In order to better appreciate foreign codes, you have to know, or you have to have a basis, because you have to really know, if possible, by heart, our local code, because that becomes your baseline. And when you get to practice in other countries, and you have that clear baseline, you're able to distinguish and to compare the codes, see which one is better. And if you are in that situation where you're able to judge which one is better, you can put that better, more stringent rule or provision to use. Some architects have already also focused on legislation relating to various levels of development controls. That means building codes, land use regulations, and so on. But also on professional regulatory laws. Sometimes architects already, I've seen actually this happening. Sometimes the architects are actually already working on other professional regulatory laws, but the intent is to protect the architect's practice. So they are forced to engage or to take part in other efforts, updating other regulatory or other state-regulated professions, but their main agenda is to protect the architectural practice, local architectural practice. Many architects are also focused on sustainable design, which is a global movement. So there is no harm in this. Actually, a lot of benefit from doing this, because any experience gained in local sustainable design can be readily carried into international practice. And of course, some architects and their associations are also actively focusing on public accountabilities of people in government, like building officials and so on. Now, under the World Trade Organization General Agreement on Trade and Services, which was signed in, I think, 1995 by the Philippine government, committing us to that situation where we'll be opening our markets to foreign or expatriate architects and their companies and their firms, and in the hope that we can also be granted the same status. So it's not actually intended as a one-way street. It's supposed to be an exchange, a trade in a way, two-way street. But sometimes it's easier said than done. Probably Americans wanting to practice here probably are able to do it much faster in terms of documentation and all the related work. And Filipinos wanting to set up shop and practice in the US may encounter difficulties. Sometimes it's related to security measures in the US, homeland security, and all of those. So those things get in the way of equalizing work opportunities. No? So Americans can easily cross over to us. Filipinos cannot readily cross over to the US. Now, another important thing that has to be remembered is that in the case of the US, there are 50 states. A license in one state is not a license to practice in the other 49 states. So the Philippines is actually a state. So there would have to be a form of probably bilateral agreement between the Philippines and probably one state or several states in the US signing a multilateral agreement. That means probably 5 states signing with the Philippines on one side, 5 US states on the other, and so on. But that would have to happen, still has to happen. Right now we have bilateral treaties, agreements with Japan. We have the GPEPA. There are architectural services discussed in GPEPA, the Japan-Philippines Economic Partnership Agreement. But we have no such agreement with the US, with Canada, or with the European Union. In Canada, again, a license in one province is not a license to practice in the other provinces. So again, there may be that same situation wherein the Philippines will have to negotiate on a province by province arrangement, just like what has to be done with the US on a state by state arrangement. Now, the ASEAN states, for a time, I think starting 2016, when they operationalized or rolled out the ASEAN MRA, for a time, local architects are required or were required as a counterpart for those ASEAN architects wanting to practice in the Philippines or to work on projects on Philippine soil. So there has to be that partnership. But once WTO GATS takes full effect, we're not sure because it was supposed to have taken effect in January of 2020. We're not sure exactly at what stage it's in. But if and when we reach that stage where the WTO GATS is supposed to be in full effect, then there will be no need for a local counterpart architect. The ASEAN architects can practice by themselves here, set up their own corporations here. So again, these are things we need to look into probably we need to look at these things in greater detail because for architects wanting to practice in the US, Canada, Europe, or even ASEAN, they will really have to look into these frameworks in order to probably improve their positions, their negotiating positions with respect to the other architects in these home states or home countries, target countries. Now, there is another thing that we need to look at, especially for architects practicing locally, and that's the GPRA, the Government Procurement Reform Act, and its 2016 revised implementing rules and regulations. This is quite important because this is not just about local projects. This is also about foreign-funded projects wherein you will have expatriate architects involved. But generally speaking, what we had is, as far back as 2004, we had an organization of architectural firms back in 2004, but they had to close that organization. It's called the Council of Consulting Architects and Planners. It's one of the organizations, the CCAP, which supported the crafting of the RA 9266. But after 2004, its membership dwindled. There was a requirement for 30 architectural firms to become, in order for CCAP to maintain its membership, its status as a member organization. for architects wanting to engage in government or public sector projects. No? But since there were only about 15 firms left, they had to fold up in 2004. So what I'm basically saying is that there is a need to revive this organization. Otherwise, we will lose a lot of public sector projects, architectural contracts, architectural engagements in public sector projects, whether they're funded by the national government or whether they're funded by LGUs or official development assistance or BOT PPP variants. If this organization is not revived, it's going to be very difficult for architects to penetrate public sector consulting, especially for architectural services. There has to be this drive to revive this organization, to sit in that organization of umbrella organization of Philippine consultants. It's called the COFILCO, the Confederation of Filipino Consulting Organizations. Now, in projects under the GPRA, we would normally expect architects getting compensations ranging from 60,000 to 300,000 a month, depending on their qualifications, experience, their position, and the amount of time they will be serving on the project. No? So probably the higher end will be for projects that are foreign funded, the lower end for probably projects that are funded by the national government. But it can be anywhere in between. The highest I've heard is about 300,000, but there could be some instances where it could be a little higher, especially for project management positions held by architects. Now, these are the known international rates for architectural services. Services by registered and licensed architects working on official development assistance projects locally, services rendered in the Philippines. So compensations can range from $4,000 up to $7,000. They're compensated in dollars if you work on these ODA projects. So 400,000 is about 200,000 pesos, and 7,000 maybe about 350,000 pesos. So those could be the approximate ranges. But I've heard of some architects getting something like 7,500, maybe about 8,000 US dollars for a full-time engagement for a 1-year contract. So that's also possible, more than 7,000 pesos, 7,000 US dollars. So locally, 400,000 pesos per month on ODA project, official development assistance, is possible for registered and licensed, Filipino registered and licensed architects. We've also heard of architects who have been posted overseas by international consulting companies who have sourced their personnel locally, but we've heard of ranges from compensation ranges from 6,000 up to 13,000. So that's 6,000 is about 300,000 pesos. 13,000 is, what is this? Maybe about, I don't know, I can't convert right now, but it's definitely maybe about 700,000, 800,000 pesos, maybe. And then we've also heard about, we've also heard of architects engaged in formal architectural instruction, recruited overseas to teach in foreign universities, receiving as much as about $8,000 monthly. That's about 400,000 pesos. Now, in order to continue, or rather to best render their services, architects have to embrace and use a lot of new technologies. So you're quite familiar with these. So it could involve software. It could involve the active use of the internet for information dissemination. It could even involve AI and the use of drones. The use of drones have become commonplace, especially for survey work, especially for aerial surveys. But one important thing, new use for drones have been found, and that is basically to do construction inspections. So they could really look up close at areas which could not be accessible physically to architects, like for instance, the exterior of buildings, probably the windows on the 14th, 15th floor. So the drones can actually take a good look at these areas so that architects will comment on the workmanship or even the materials or the systems that were used. And of course, there's software. So a lot of software that, especially the younger architects in their late 20s, probably even their mid 30s or even early 40s would have to be well versed with. So BIM and some architects who are in the on the developer construction side, actually have to have some knowledge of STAAD. That's for structural design and so on. There are management software for construction and project management as well. Now, after having discussed all of those, basically giving all of us a better grasp of the situation that we are in at the moment, both in local practice and limited international practice. We're still probably about a decade away from full international practice by Filipinos, Filipino architects. But we're getting there. But in the meantime, we're hoping that eventually the Philippines can become a member of the Canberra Accord so that there will be international recognition of Philippine formal architectural instruction, especially the BS Architecture degree that we offer in the Philippines. And then there has to be real work on attaining greater benefits for Philippine architects from the rollout of the WTO GATS and the subsequent multilateral or bilateral agreements, arrangements. So we really need good negotiators, and probably we need negotiators who have background or sentiments for the architecture profession. And then we need the Supreme Court, of course, to help us uphold the law, and that is with respect to our law, RA 9266. And in the future, there will have to be clear delineation of specialized areas of professional practices. Remember that many of our professional regulatory laws will have to give way to the WTO GATS eventually, especially the protectionist provisions or clauses in these laws. They will have to be taken out. And it's highly possible that there can be a common professional regulatory law, a general professional regulatory law that can eventually remove all of these protectionist provisions in our professional regulatory laws. That includes our law, in order that we may be able, at some point in time, we may be able to get reciprocal action from these other countries and their architects as well. So this is a standard caveat that I have, a standard caveat and disclaimer. So basically what I'm saying is that what I've just presented to you is basically my opinion, my thoughts based on my years of involvement in many aspects of regulation, probably a little of governance and so on. But any action that you take based on the presentation you just heard is basically your action as a responsible professional. So with that, I thank you all, and I wish you all a pleasant afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Architect Ali, for that very insightful presentation. And thank you for sharing your time with us. And for our next guest, Architect Medeliano T. Roldan, Jr., FUAP, is a graduate of BS Architecture from the Mapua Institute of Technology. He has served UAP in various capacities and positions. He is a Fellow of the United Architects of the Philippines, past Chancellor of the UAP College of Fellows, and UAP National President from 2007 to 2009. He was instrumental in the continued preparation of the framework of the APEC Architect Registry Project and member of the Philippine APEC Architect Monitoring Council from 2004 till the present. He was the convener of the APEC Architect Council meeting held in the Philippines last October 2010. He was Project Director of Task Force RA 9266, Chairman of the International Conference of Architects, and UAP representative to APEC Architect Monitoring Committee under the Office of the UAP National President. He is the President and Principal Architect of Medellano Tirol Dan Jr. and Associates, and was a past consultant of the Department of Tourism for Region 4. Ladies and gentlemen, one of our past national presidents, Architect Medellano Tirol Dan Jr., FUAP.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm going to share my screen, please. Okay, good afternoon. First of all, I would like to acknowledge our District Director for B3, Architect Jaime Hermogenes. Of course, a very, very hardworking, I would say, member, no? Even before, during my time as National President, Architect Dominador Ali, a past PR Board Chair. Also, I would like to acknowledge, of course, UAP Makati Chapter President, Luis Nicanor Titus Aguirre, as I call him, Aka, parang si Jesse Robredo, no? And of course, I would also like to acknowledge the officers and members of UAP Makati Chapter and the moderator, Dan Chauco. And of course, I am proud to say that this guy is one of my protege, the Vice President for Operations, Architect Lito Tabuldan. To the rest of the members of UAP Makati Chapter, guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My topic actually for today, one of the topic that I will have to discuss is the architecture in a world broader outlook, most especially the APEC Architect Registry Project for global competitiveness. Okay, as an overview of the APEC Architect Registry Project, I have to give a little bit of the introduction. The APEC, or the Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation, is an international forum composed of 21 member economies with the objective to act collectively to promote economic and technical cooperation within the Asia Pacific region. Its purpose is to sustain the growth and development of the region for the common good of the people. APEC builds on the World Trade Organization, or the WTO, and the GATS, or the General Agreement on Trade in Services, principles for a progressive liberalization of trade in services through the reduction of regulatory restrictions leading to reciprocal agreement between member economies where appropriate. Gusto ko lang emphasize, no? We call members in APEC as member economies, not member countries, no? Member economies. Now, of course, nabanggit na rin kanina ni Chairman Ali, the APEC Architect Project Initiative, the APEC Human Resource Development Working Group, one of the number of several sectoral groups established to implement APEC programs. That project was endorsed by the HRDWG in its 2000 meeting in Brunei as a direct response to the group's strategic priority to facilitating mobility of qualified persons by developing a means for mutual recognition of skills and qualifications. So, The APEC member economies participating in the project have developed a mechanism by which current restrictions on professional regulations of architects from other economies would be reduced or removed. The set of principles and operational framework for the creation of the APEC Architect Register has been agreed upon on. Now, dito po sa APEC Architect Register project, we have the following member economies: Philippines, Australia, Canada, China, Hong Kong, Japan, South Korea. Of course, nandiyan din yung Mexico, nandiyan din Thailand, nandiyan yung New Zealand, Singapore, Chinese Taipei. Of course, nandiyan din yung Malaysia, and of course, USA. So right now, we have 14 member economies dito po sa APEC Architect Registry Project. We have 21 APEC member countries, but we have now 14. Okay. This structure, of course, is magkakameron ng tinatawag tayong the structure of the APEC Architects Project. The overall responsibility for operations of the APEC Register rests in the Central Council. We have what we call the Central Council, composed of all the member economies. We have the independent monitoring committees on each economy to establish for its purpose in each participating economy and authorized by the Central Council to carry out its functions. Policies governing the operations of the APEC Architect Register and strategies adopted for its implementation are determined jointly by the representatives of participating economies appointed to the Central Council. Of course, tanong natin, what is an APEC architect? An APEC architect is a person who is registered, licensed, or otherwise professionally recognized as an architect in a participating economy and whose name is enrolled on the APEC Architect Register maintained by the economy. The criteria adopted by the Central Council for admission to the APEC Architect Register and use the title APEC Architect are based on the identification of common criteria among participating economies, which consists of the following: accreditation or recognition procedure for educational programs in architecture. Normally, you have the what called the 5 years baccalaureate course na natapos po ng candidate. We have a minimum period for post-baccalaureate practical experience with the specific requisites. We have the full fulfillment of registration and licensing of other requirements for full professional recognition. The APEC Architect Register Project here in our country, we call it the Philippine section. It was a joint undertaking by the Professional Regulations Commission, the Commission on Higher Education, and UAP. The joint undertaking and responsibilities of PRC, CHED, and UAP was established. Of course, makikita natin ano-ano yung kanilang and the purpose of the APEC monitoring National Monitoring Committee, composed of the representatives of these three bodies. For example, sa atin, ang UAP, we have to take charge of the assessment of professional experience qualifications to meet the criteria of standards agreed upon by the participating economies. Sa PRC, representatives shall take charge of the ethical, moral, and professional qualifications of applicants for registration on the basis of his records at the PRC. The CHED representative shall be an expert on educational qualification and shall review the documents of the applicant to establish equivalence of the educational program completed. The APEC Monitoring Committee of the Philippines was established in January 28, 2004, when the UAP and the PRC and the CHED signed a memorandum of agreement to administer, operate and maintain the APEC register. Yan po. We have launched it during that time, and to tell you that even from 2004, I was already involved with the APEC Architect Registry project. We have also for all APEC member economies, each economy has a schedule in hosting, no, and being a secretariat of the APEC Central Council. And normally, every 2 years po yan, no? If I can still remember, when I was together, of course, with Chairman then PR BOA Chair, Chairman Ali, we went to Vancouver, Canada in 2008. No? That was the Beijing Olympics, kaya hindi ko po makakalimutan yon. And the venue was in Vancouver, Canada, and that time the secretariat, we call it the secretariat, is Mexico. So yan po, no? So every 2 years, nababago po yan ang host and secretariat. Incidentally, nagbago lang po, nagkameron lang po ng iba't ibang mga pagbabago as times goes on. Medyo po may mga nag-decline on hosting. Yan po ay pinag-uusapan sa Central Council meeting. Now, noong pong 2008, nabanggit ko nga po, nung nasa Vancouver, Canada po ang kami, no, representative ng Pilipinas. Nandun po si then PR BOA Chair Ali, nandun din po ako. Nandun din po si Architect Dinky Florentino, si Yolanda Reyes. Nandun din po si past National President and Lika Awardee Prosperidad Luis. On the second day, ang United States po, which was supposed to host the 2010 APEC Central Council meeting, begged off, no, in hosting the 4th APEC Architect Central Council meeting. So during that APEC Central Council meeting, tayo po, ang ating pong bansa o ating pong economy stood up and say that Philippines is willing to host the 4th APEC Architect Central Council meeting, and also tayo po ang magiging secretariat noon po from 2009 to 2010. Okay, aligned to that, of course, is yung pong tinatawag nating International Conference of Architects, no. Yan din po ay one of the parallel activities po ng nung nag-host po tayo ng 2010 APEC Architect Central Council meeting. So, one of the purpose is, of course, to promote within our economy or even our country, ito pong APEC Architect Registry project. Second, of course, we want to showcase that Philippines has a different, no? Normally kasi pag sa iba pong attendance natin sa APEC Central Council meeting, puro meeting lang po, no? Ng Central Council, wala na po mga ganitong international conference. So what we did then is that we have informed some APEC architects from different countries like Japan to share their knowledge and information by being the speaker in this International Conference of Architects. During also that time, we were able to highlight the works of the APEC architects, not only from the Philippines, but also from the other APEC member economies. So ito po yun, yung 2010. We had a very, very successful event. This was actually a paradigm shift from an ordinary APEC Architect Central Council meeting into a more, ito nga, sabi nga nila, really a unique, highly organized, well-planned, at sinabi nga nila na kakaiba talaga, no? Yung uniqueness ito is kakaiba doon sa mga inaatinan namin before during the other APEC Central Council meeting. So we have here the exhibits. We have here the speakers of the ICA, no, wherein prominent speakers from other APEC member economies were our speakers. We have here the conferment of new APEC architects. We have signed a memorandum of agreement. During that time, there were multilateral agreement between some other member economies like Singapore, Japan, and New Zealand, Australia. We have also our memorandum of actually agreement on a very, very limited basis with Chinese Taipei. So this has been a very, very successful event. So dumaan po yung panahon, no? From 2010, we attended the 8th APEC Central Council meeting in 2018 in Henan, China. Yan po. Ang nandiyan po ay si Madam Yole Reyes. Nandiyan din po si Madam Prosperidad Luis, Dinky Florentino, ako po, and then National President Architect Benji Panganiban. So, ang nangyari po kasi, nung nasa Henan, China kami, lumapit po sa akin si from Singapore, si Larry Nang, Singapore, noong siguro that was the morning of the second day, and told me, "Boy, I think we will not be able to host the 2020 APEC Central Council meeting because we were assigned by the Prime Minister to handle 4 major events in Singapore. So may we request Philippines to take over the hosting." Then I told Larry, "Nang, why Philippines?" And what he told me is that I have seen how you prepared, in spite of the tight schedule. They have seen how Philippines have really prepared for hosting the APEC Architect Central Council meeting. So I told Larry of Singapore that I have to, of course, yan po, no? I have to tell our delegates, no? Kasi ako po nun ay ordinary delegate lang, no? Representing UAP. I have to tell Architect Yolanda Reyes, of course, of siya po ang commissioner ng PRC, and of course PRC then na is the chairman, PRC the chairman of the APEC Architect Philippine section. And also I have to tell Architect Benji Panganiban, being the UAP national president then. So what we decided is that if there will be no member economies who will take over hosting of the 9th APEC Central Council meeting, then the last option is that Philippines will take over the hosting. So this is what happened. No? So yan po. Pagkatapos po noon, nagkameron po ng handover. The representative from China went here for the handover of the documents of during the hosting. Yan po. And this is a very, very formal, no, but a very, very light meeting between the member economy of China and us. Nandiyan din po si PRC Chairman Pilando attending the meeting. So we have discussed a lot of issues, yung mga unfinished business doon po sa 8th Central Council meeting in China, in which Philippines will have to work on. No? So after that, unfortunately, we're supposed to have the 9th APEC Architect Central Council meeting in 2020. But because of COVID, kompleto na po, nakaprepare na po tayo noon. The initial then was the APEC Central Council meeting will be held in El Nido, Palawan. The ICA, or the International Conference of Architects, will be held either in Manila or in Clark. But unfortunately, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, so everything was postponed, and we have to, the Central Council decided that we have to move the APEC Architect Central Council meeting on 2021. Now, during October of 2021, last year, we had already the activity. One is the APEC Central Council meeting. Of course, every member economy has to report on several aspects. No? Right now, I would like to inform you that there are 66 member Philippine APEC architects. No? Nadagdagan na po yan. Ang isa po sa na-confer last time was our past national president, Architect Sunny Rosal. Also one from Ontario, Canada, Ed Manapul. And also another member. No? So tatlo po sila last October 2021. Now, the composition of the monitoring committee of the APEC Architect Project Philippine section is one, PRC Commissioner Yolanda Reyes as chairman. Unfortunately, tapos na po yung term niya. Her term as PRC chairman ends last November. Of course, also member of the monitoring committee is Architect Robert Sack as the PR Board chairman and Architect Robert Mirafuente. For the Commission on Higher Education or CHED, it is Architect Dinky Florentino. And of course, yung pong bago ngayon, dahil po namatay si Architect Romeray, it is Architect Dondon de Guzman, ako po, and of course, Architect Prosperidad Luis. No? So, we have also submitted, of course, how UAP or how the Philippines has promoted the APEC Architect Registry Project. We have discussed this and showed them a lot of work that our economy has done. We have, by the way, there was a proposal even in Henan, China, that we have started actually working on a bilateral agreement between the People's Republic of China. But because of the COVID pandemic nga, there were problems of the communication with them. So in the last APEC Central Council meeting, we have told China that we are trying now again to again go back to the table and again work on the bilateral agreement with them on a limited basis, of course. Now, we have the what we call the framework, no? Recognition framework. Hindi po kasi kaagad kayo pag naging APEC architect, hindi kaagad kayo basta-basta makakapunta sa mga ibang member economies ng APEC to practice immediately. Right now, sabi nga rin kanina ni Architect Chairman Ali, there is still a lot of things to do, and especially right now, we have to, ako personally, we have a lot of things to do as far as, trying to reach the level of framework that we need in order to match the framework of other member economies. To date, what we only has been doing on some aspect of collaboration, sa collaboration lang po to, but again, there are a lot of challenges. We could not yet work on the other member economies until the time that masettle yan into a bilateral or even multilateral agreement. Some other member economies have done that one, especially like, for example, Australia and New Zealand, Japan, they have worked it out, also with Singapore. China has done also with some other member economies, and still we have a lot of things to do. Kasi there are also things that we have to make some adjustments on our law to dovetail the requisites of our commitment or our bilateral agreement between member economies. So these things we have to work it out.
Architect Boy.
Yes.
Sorry, sir, to interrupt you, but I think some of your slides may have been frozen. Maybe you could restart it, sir.
Na-froze ba yung ano?
Yes po, sir.
Yung?
Your PowerPoint presentation po, sir.
Oo. Siya nagsimula?
Sir, nag-stop po sa sa APEC Architect yung overview po.
Hindi nagtuloy-tuloy?
Hindi po, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Hindi. So dito tumigil na dito?
Sa overview, sir, ng APEC Architect.
Dito?
Yung sa slide, sir, wherein you are presenting who is an APEC architect, sir.
Okay. Ito. Dito ba yan? Dito?
Can you, sir, tawag dito? Wait, sir, ha? Sir, pwede niyo pong i-reshare po ulit.
Okay, sige. Yeah, okay na?
Okay, sir. Diyan po tayo nag-end, sir, kanina.
Okay, sorry kasi mahaba na pala yung kanina, no? There were criteria adopted by the Central Council for the admission of the APEC Architect Register para ikaw ay masabing APEC Architect. These are based on the identification of common criteria among participating economies, yung accreditation or recognition procedure for education programs in architecture, a minimum period of post-baccalaureate practical experience with the specific requisites. Mamaya ako, babalikan ko rin uli ito kasi dahil mas detalyado na mamaya doon. No? Now, again, itong APEC Architect Registry Project, Philippine section, nabuo po itong APEC Architect Monitoring Committee through a joint undertaking by PRC or the Professional Regulations Commission, the CHED, no, Commission on Higher Education, and of course UAP. No? Tatlo po yan. Yung PRC representing the regulatory body of the government, CHED representing the education. They are the one crafting the curriculum, and of course the IAPOA is the UAP, no? So ito po ay na-develop noon at may kanya-kanya po silang responsibility dito. Now, again, babalikan ko lang ng konti. This was established in January 28, 2004, but it was launched noong September 19, 2005, no, sa Manila Hotel. And since then, from 2004 to 2005, I was already part of the APEC Architect registry project. No? So hanggang po ngayon, I was tasked by our national president, Don, even past national president, the late Rene Heray, as member of the APEC monitoring committee, no, for UAP. Now, yung hosting, ito yung nabanggit ko kanina. Every economy, ulitin ko, no, we call the participation here not by country but by economy. Meron po kasing konting problema. Doon po sa Chinese Taipei and of course the People's Republic of China. That is why ang suggestion is that we have to have it member economies lang, no. So ito po 'yon, and bawat member economies will be hosting, no, and be the secretariat for the next 2 years, no. Sa next 2 years, kada 2 years po 'yan, sila po ang secretariat. And yung pong APEC Architect Central Council meeting normally held on the second year, normally on the last quarter of the year. For example, supposedly sa atin 2020, October 20, 2020, but na-move po yun ng 2021. Ang susunod po dyan ay Thailand sa 2023. So, the Secretariat now for 2022 and 2023 will be Thailand. Now, yun nga, nabanggit ko rin kanina, during our meeting in Vancouver, Canada, no less than our former PR BOA chair was there, Chairman Ali, our past national presidents, Yole Reyes, also Dinky Florentino, and Hedy Ruiz was present during that time. We attended the third APEC Architect Central Council meeting, and on the second day, we were surprised that the United States, who was supposed to host the fourth APEC Architect Central Council meeting in 2010, begged off. No? So nobody wants to take over in the hosting and secretariat. So at the last minute, I raised my Toblerone card representing Philippines and say Philippines is willing to host the 2010 APEC Architect Central Council meeting and also to be the secretariat for 2009-2010. So this is why in 2010 we had the fourth APEC Architect Central Council meeting. Okay. Together with the APEC Architect Central Council meeting, in previous APEC Architect Central Council meeting, we don't have what we call a different activity. So I conceptualize the coming up of what we call the International Conference of Architects. Mostly the participants here are our local architect members, and we were able to get foreign speakers who are also attending the APEC Architect Central Council meeting. So we can save also a lot in terms of the expenses for them since they are already here. We just have to give them a simple token and honorarium, and we don't have to pay their plane fare since they are already here. So one objective of the ICA is to promote the APEC Architect Registry Project among us, among Filipino architects. Also to make architects appreciate the meaning and importance of the APEC project, and it's I think for the era of globalization, we have to encourage also the interaction of APEC architects of different member economies, and of course during the ICA, we have come up with the highlight of works through exhibits of the APEC architects among different economies to present their works. So we have shown this one there, and it has been very, very successful. Now, during the fourth APEC Architect Central Council meeting, aside from the activity of having the what we call the showcase of the works of the APEC architects, we also came up with also the foreign speakers and also several bilateral and multilateral agreement between member economies that was signed during that event. And also we had the conferment of new APEC architects from our country in that event. So these are the highlights of the fourth APEC Architect Central Council meeting, and it was very, very successful. And I would like also to extend my gratitude to past PR BOA Chair, Chairman Ali, who's been also very instrumental here in the success of this event. Now, time passed, and during the 8th APEC Central Council meeting in Henan, China, we again attended. The delegates from Philippines are Yolanda Reyes, representing PRC as the chairman. We have also Madam Prosperidad Luis, representing UAP. We have past national president and then President Architect Benji Panganiban, representing UAP as the national president then, and of course me who are the official delegates of our economy, the Philippines, India, and China. So what happened is that during that event, Larry Nang of Singapore went to me and say, boy, our Singapore, the Prime Minister of Singapore asked us to handle SIA, no, the Singapore Institute of Architects, asked us to handle 4 major events in Singapore by 2020. So we will be having a problem in hosting the 9th APEC Architect Central Council meeting. And he asked me if possible, Philippines will take over the hosting and secretariat for the 9th APEC Architect Central Council meeting. So what we did is that, what I did is that I have to consult also the other delegates, our member from Philippines, to of course to decide on the issue. And what the decision is that if no other member economy should accept the hosting and being the secretariat for the 9th APEC Architect Central Council meeting, then Philippines will took over the hosting and secretariat. So what happened is that in 2019 and 2020, Philippines has become the APEC Architect Secretariat, and we are hosting the 2020 APEC Architect Central Council meeting. We had also the handover, no? Normally kasi from one economy who hosts the previous Central Council meeting, we have also what we call the handover meeting or handover ceremonies, a handover of all the documents, including and discussing and the unfinished business that was discussed during the APEC Central Council meeting. So China, the delegates from People's Republic of China went here and hand over the documents. Actually, the box that you can see in the bottom side is these are the compilation of all documents since the start. Philippines actually started preparing this no less than past National President Prosperidad Luis got the idea of putting all the documents, the hard copy and also the soft copy of all the documents that has transpired from the start of the APEC Architect Registry Project. So ito po. But while we were actually in 2019, we have already started planning everything for the APEC Central Council meeting and the ICA. PRC, being the chairman of the monitoring committee, has decided to have the APEC Architect Central Council meeting in El Nido, Palawan. The government already gave a budget to them. While ICA, we have proposed already 2 venues then. It is in SMX and also one is in Clark, whether Clark or SMX. But unfortunately, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, all the planning, the preparation was moved. So it was moved to 2021 last year. Ito po yun. And during that time, natuloy po, no, naging virtual po, no, yung both the APEC Architect Central Council meeting and of course the ICA. To date, again, I would like to inform everyone that during our submission of our report during the APEC Central Council meeting, we have reported that Philippines has already 66 APEC Architect members already. 3 of whom are new. One of them is, of course, past National President San Rizal, and one is from Ontario, Canada chapter, Architect Ed Manapul. Now, I have also discussed presented the current composition of the monitoring committee. It is headed by PRC Commissioner Yolanda Reyes, who was tasked by Pilando to chair the monitoring committee. Also with PRC are PR BOA Chair Robert Sack and PR BOA member Robert Fuente. So they are the chairman, PRC is chairman, and members of the CHED The monitoring committee is Architect Dinky Florentino, while in UAP, it is normally the national president, which is now Architect Armando Dondon de Guzman, me, and of course, Architect Prosperidad Luis. Now, in our report, we have also discussed and presented how our economy, our Philippines have done to help in the promotion. As one of the tasks of every economy is how do we promote the APEC Architect Registry Project. Also, during the APEC Central Council meeting, there were no mutual recognition agreements between Philippines and other member economy. But in Henan, China, there were already a start of talk with the People's Republic of China on a bilateral agreement. But unfortunately, because of pandemic, this was not pushed through. But right now, this is one of the unfinished business that our economy, Philippines, will have to work on with the People's Republic of China. Now, what I was also explaining is that, it's not easy. No, we have with the APEC Architect Reciprocal Recognition Framework, meron po level yan eh. Before magkaroon talaga ng what we call a full representative agreement between two economies, yung wala na talaga, barrier-free na yan. There has been a lot of challenges, no? Number one, of course, one of the requirements is you have to have a bilateral agreement between other member economies or a multilateral agreement between other member economies to come up with this memorandum of agreement. No? Normally, you have the same level. If they can give you just like an apple, if you can give 5 apples, then they have to give the same thing, 5 apples from any other member economy, so that it will be fair to both. So these are the framework. Another challenge here is that, of course, we have to look on our existing law 9266. We have to make some adjustments. Sabi nga ni Architect Ali kanina, it seems that we have to come up, kasi noong pa lang in 2008 nung tinanggap natin yung challenge na yan, what I was already telling is that Philippines has already, even with the ASEAN framework, no, we have to come up with what we call dapat meron tayo diyang preparation on how we have to have para bang what we call yung baka pumasok, for example, ang ibang economy sa atin, we have to have a safety nets. We call it safety net, so that the local architects from our country, which are not member of the APEC Architect here, may not, no, kasi there may be some problems that a lot of ako nga ang sabi ko nga at the time, maybe we have to look on if, for example, one member economy is an APEC Architect in one country will put up an office here. For example, Singapore, marami tayo mga Filipino sa Singapore who's getting a good pay, no? Ang ginawa ng isang Singaporean APEC Architect should set up an office here with the tie-up with the local architect here. And instead of employing Filipino architects in Singapore, dito na gawin yung ating mga other working drawings, no, and other drawings for presentation instead of getting Filipino architects working in Singapore. So it might lessen also the opportunities of members of yung ibang mga Filipino doon. So we have to make sure na maprotektahan. These are just very, very simple example. So there are a lot of things that we have to work on it up to now. Yung nga, sabi ko, dapat i-fast track na natin, no? Ng Pilipinas on how to really work out para ma-attain na rin natin kung talagang doon tayo papunta sa full yung cross-barrier practice natin. Now, we have reported also during the APEC Architect Central Council meeting. Ito ng ICA, no? We have actually, I think even Dan Lichauco was present during the ICA as a speaker, and I think we have presented the activity of ICA dun sa APEC Architect Central Council meeting. We have a lot of also success stories that we have reported to them. One of them is for the information of everyone. Our country or our economy, Philippines is already developed, no? Nung buhay pa po si Jason Aban ng UAP, me and Jason was already working on upgrading the APEC Architect Central Council website. It is now, andyan yung social comms, no? Sila ang tumutulong sa atin ngayon. In fact, I had a meeting with them this week. I was mandated by our national president and also PRC that we need to prepare already this material and this website for turnover or handover to the next host, no, which is Thailand. Now, another thing is, of course, our preparation for the APEC Architect Coffee Table Book. No less than Architect Boy Tihuco is handling this one, and also I gave him already the nod, no, to fast track ready, because they will be, or we will be needing to already provide hard copy of the first volume of the Coffee Table Book, which is a commitment of UAP to the all member economies, no? And also coming up with a soft copy of this Coffee Table Book. Ito po yun, yung APEC Architect Coffee Table Book Volume 1. So we are now on the finishing stage on this. Based on Architect Huko, we will be printing an initial copy of the Coffee Table Book by May. I think by first week of May, in due time for the handover. And we will also be completing all the copies of the Coffee Table Book, which will be given to all member economies by the end of May. So this is a commitment of UAP. Wala pong binayad dito ang ibang member economies. This is a project of our country to showcase that we really by the way, later on kung gusto niyo makita yung mga sample of works, no, dito po, no. And also one more thing, not only the APEC Architect Central Council website, we have also now developed the APEC Architect Philippine Section website, no? So lahat po ng APEC Architects dito po sa ating bansa, inaayos na po namin yan, dinidevelop na po namin yan. Ang database po niyan, lahat po nakalink din, no? Yung bawat arkitekto na member po niya, nakalink na rin po yung kanilang website so that others can browse, no, yung kanilang mga company profile and samples of work. So this gives them an opportunity to showcase also the works that they have done and how they also have contributed on the successful implementation also of the APEC Architect project. Again, yung pong, balikan ko lang po kanina, no? Yung pong APEC Architect, the criteria adopted by the Central Council for the admission of the APEC register and use the title APEC Architect are based on the identification of common criteria among participating economies. Ito po yun, no? Yung accreditation, recognition procedure for educational programs in architecture, minimum period of post-baccalaureate practice experience within specific requisites, fulfillment of registration, and so on and so forth. Gusto ko lang pong sabihin sa inyo that meron pong ano yan, you can download the application, meron po yan sa website. Ito po yung mga kailangan. Basically, you have to apply. Meron pong requirements yan, 3 copies of 2x2 picture, duly accomplished forms of application for registration, photocopies of documents, detailed curriculum vitae, a certified true copy of IAPO certificate, certification of authenticity of information documents, and by clearance, no? Tapos may fee po yan, no? Once na nag-apply kayo, meron pong $50 pala na non-refundable, no, for application. Then $200 for processing should the application is endorsed by the monitoring committee. Then $250 as registration fee should the Central Council accept and approve the application of the registration of APEC as an APEC architect. Meron pong ano yan. This you can have this ano. Ito po yung ano form. May download niyo po. You have to provide the personal details ng nominee o ng candidate. Andyan din po yung educational qualification, post-baccalaureate diversified training, licensure examination, ano yung registration number, dates, and etc. etc. Andyan din po yung magsasubmit kayo ng i-attach yung curriculum vitae. Ito po yung napaka-importante, no? Yung professional practice and experience. You know, in the criteria, there would be a jury composed of mostly from PRC and UAP. They are the one assessing, no? They assess and evaluate the submittal of the candidate, no? Or nominee, no? for conferment as an APEC architect. So kailangan meron kayong moderate complexities of buildings with sole responsibility, no? Yun yung sinasabi rin kanina ni Architect Chairman Ali, no? It is not just meron kayong project na maliit, pwede na, no? Merong qualification yan sa klase ng projects na dapat ninyong ma-accomplish, no? So it really needs for you to have some complex big projects to showcase and to present para po rito sa requirement na to. Ayan po, merong moderate complexities buildings in collaboration with architects, no? Other architects. Pwede rin namang merong rin kayong collaboration with other architects. Basta po merong kailangan complexities, no? Or complex buildings or complex projects po yan. Then, eto nga, babalikan ko yung kanina, complexity buildings with sole responsibility, parehas na halos yung kanina. Meron din kayong general experience gained in professional practice as an architect. Meron po yan. Kasama na po yan doon, makikita ninyo. Tapos, may requirement din po ng record of continuing CPD. As a requirement po, kailangan meron kayong continuing professional development. No? So, these are requirements in the application of for you to apply for an APEC architect. Yan po. Meron ding record of continuing, meron po yan, no? Academic preparation, meron self-oriented, yung po continuing professional development. No? Meron din po yan yung yung development, yung authorship, no? And makikita niyo po dito, yung CPD po napaka-importante. Then, kung meron po kayong mga research and development works, no, pinatent, copyright, yan po pwede nyo rin submit. And of course, one of the criteria also is service to the profession. Napaka-importante po yan kung kayo po ay nakapag-serbisyo, no, sa ating profession and organization in one way or another. So they are give the panelists who would judge you will also take note of the candidates' service to the profession. Now, meron po dito papanotarize, no, lahat po ng sinabit niyo, makakameron po ng certification for authenticity of information and documents. Ito yung sinasabi ko kanina that, wala po tayong dinadaya sa sinasabit po natin. Yan po ay authenticated. Yan po ay valid. Yan po ay tama. Hindi po yan falsified. So, ito po yung sinasabitin po yung requirements. Now, of course, yung nabanggit ko kanina, nandiyan ang UAP at PRC, na nag-a-assess ng mga sinasubmit. The latest information I had from PRC is that the next time that they will be coming out on processing, no, yung pag-take ng will be already almost on the third or last quarter of this year. So yung mula ngayon hanggang third quarter, yan po yung submittal, yung mga gusto sa inyo mag-submit para po dito sa at makapag-apply as an APEC architect. So ang kanila pong ang target po ng PRC is yung pong ma-approvehan, the conferment may be done in the last quarter of this year. Yung pong mga previous conferment, yan po kung makikita ninyo, ayan po yung mga conferees, no? Lahat po yan. Yung pong iba natin mga Likha Award in past national presidents, iba po sumakabilang buhay na. Almost every year, meron po tayong kino-confer, or every 2 years may kino-confer po tayo. And this also, kasi ang ating ang Philippines, to tell you, may pinakamarami pong APEC architects is Japan. Japan has more than, I think, 200 plus. No? Considering naman yung ibang bansa, I think Thailand, parang ang one or wala pa eh. No? Sila mag-host pero wala pa silang APEC architect. Sa iba pong bansa kasi napakahirap, no? the process of becoming an APEC architect. Again, let us all work to make a difference, a real change, a real transformation. Ako naniniwala, and this is a challenge to all, especially to all members of UAP Makati chapter. A real challenge of a real transformation to become a world-class, globally competitive architects. This is the vision of our organization. This is the vision of all our leaders. This is a vision like Architect Chairman Ali, no? That in the future, we will see again Filipino architects andun po lagi sa limelight. No? Andun po lagi. No? We need to showcase that. But of course, it takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of commitment. It takes a lot of, sincerity and dedication. Our really we have to work so hard. We have to be ako personally, ang sabi ko nga example ko na lang si Architect Lito Tabuldan. When he was working with me nung siya pa hindi arkitekto, I have seen him how he really works. Meron kaming project kahit hating gabi hanggang madaling araw nandiyan po siya. Talagang pagsusumikap. Ako, ganun din. Up to now, si Chairman Ali. So, I think from all of us, we need to also to show our competence that we are really a global level architects. No? Pagtulong-tulungan po natin yan. And, of course, sabi ko nga, mabuhay ang Arkitektong Pilipino, mabuhay po tayong lahat. Mamaya po siguro if I would be President Titus, no, meron din po sana akong i-represent on the updates dito po, which is very, very important on our local practice right now, yung ating situation right now, so that our members will already be well informed on what's been happening, especially in the local practice natin, yung ating mga pending siguro baka mamaya na lang kung may time pa, I will be presenting this to the chapter. So again po, magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. Maraming salamat po ulit sa pagkakataong binigay ng UAP Makati chapter ngayon pong hapon na to. Thank you and good afternoon.
Ayan. So, maraming salamat po, Architect Boy Roldan, for that wonderful presentation and for sharing your personal stories on the genesis of APEC and ICA and the Philippines' participation in the international stage. So, before we proceed with our question and answer portion, at this point, we would like to introduce today's moderator. So please welcome UAP Makati Chapter's Director for Internal Affairs, Architect Lito V. Tabuldan. Sir Dito, I think you're muted.
Sorry. Thank you, Architect Raya. So I'll be introducing our moderator for today. Across Archeon's diverse portfolio, ranging from educational institutions, commercial buildings, medical facilities, and private houses, individual projects share a common green by design DNA, taking functional cues from its immediate environment. Indeed, his insatiable appetite for architecture has seen him crisscross the archipelago and spread the design gospel through teaching work and social media engagement. He teaches at his alma mater, the University of Santo Tomas, UST, National University, and the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. He tweets his excitement over developments in the industry and the progress of specific projects he engages with young designers through events like Pecha Kucha. He runs a Facebook page called Built Environment Banter, where he lobbies for citywide improvements. After graduating from UST in 1986, the budding architect relocated to Rome, seeking a more immersive experience for classical architecture. Returning to Manila some years later, he joined Francisco Mañosa and partners. He and his partners established Archeon Architects in 2000. And among their earlier projects were the John Gokongwei School of Management and the PLDT Convergent Technology Center, both at the Ateneo de Manila University. His ambition, however, extends beyond the built environment and into practice of architecture itself in the Philippines. One of his personal goals is to effect a change of values industry-wide. When he started out architecture in the Philippines, it was very much about the person, about who was behind the project, he explained. But the reason Archeon is not called Danley Chaufa and Associate is because they wanted the firm to be known for working philosophy rather than a personality. That's evident in Archeon's portfolio of projects across the Philippines and abroad, from UAE and US, Hong Kong, Papua New Guinea, and East Timor. Today, we are very much honored to have with us a two-time Haligi and Dangal awardee for architecture from the National Commission on Culture and the Arts in 2017 and 2021. Let us all welcome Architect Daniel Vicente A. Lichauco.
Thanks. Am I on? Thanks, Architect Lito. Thanks, Lito. That was actually one of the nicest introductions I ever had. That's really fun. And good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon,
Hi, good
Architects.
afternoon,
Well
Sir
done.
Dan.
Hi, good afternoon. First of all, thank you very much again for allowing me to moderate. I told President Titus that I couldn't make it because I thought I would be in Bora, but my flight pala is tomorrow. So track it underage. But I'm really happy I'm here because I thought that both speakers were really fantastic. No? And I will, as a moderator, I'm always happy to learn something new. And UAPMC has never failed to teach me something new in all of these events. No? So I'm always happy to be here. First of all, I have a question for Architect Ali, if you don't mind. And one of the things that really struck me with your presentation is that we are really moving away, or you pointed out that we are really moving away from the architect as God. architect as a single practitioner in charge of the whole project. No? And personally, I see that happening all over. My question is, do you think that we should begin to change the way we teach architecture? You also mentioned that we had 100 schools, and some of them are frankly not very good, right? So the question is, moving towards quality versus quantity, do you think we have to begin to change the curriculum and how we should begin to teach architecture so that we no longer have a focus on design as the primary duty of an architect?
Well, thank you very much for that question, Dan. That's something we all really need to look at as a collective. So because that cannot be a decision left to a few people alone. But that is something that we really, as a large body of architects, should really decide on and really look at, because the globalization of the practice, like what we discussed the last 2 hours, is already upon us. So it's not about one architect; it's about the collaboration of many architects, because the projects have become simply too complex, simply too large for just one architect or one office. No? So probably if this is brought into the realm of the academia, we should start probably thinking, or rather start teaching architects to be more of group workers than just solo flight designers. Meaning it's not all about one's capability to do everything by himself. It's about working with others, entertaining other ideas, working to improve those other ideas in order to come up with a better solution. I think that's what we should be looking at in the near future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. And I think this will be for both Architect Roldan and Architect Ali again. One of the things, and this is for me in a personal note, I do understand, and talking to some of my peers, is that there's very little professional indemnity insurance in the country, right? And so for Architect Roldan, how does that affect us being APEC architects? Number one. Number two, I think we know that we are on it's very hard to be litigious in the Philippines, right? But then how do we begin to move forward? And this is for Architect Ali. Sorry, it's a 2-point question. Is how do we begin to move forward in assigning responsibility? Because right now, the signing architect is the guy in charge. He's responsible. But if he hires, let's say, a specialist spec writer, and the spec writer makes a mistake, it's the guy, the signing architect who's still responsible. So sorry, let me start with Architect Roldan.
Yeah. Okay. Magandang hapon po ulit. When we talk about meron kasi tayo, kung yan kasi projects, no, with some other or in collaboration with some other foreigners, meron tayong professional liability insurance. But the problem is, even before, there were fears na kapag in-apply natin yan, the cost, no, of our architectural fee or the design fee might also increase. Number two, I think yung problema doon sa ating mga pag-prepare ng designs, architectural designs, and also architectural documents. I think this is one thing that we really need to look into, yung competence ng mga humahawak o gumagawa ng mga yan. No? Even working drawings, even specification natin, even preparation of BOM o BOQ. Alam niyo, lahat nito boils down to experience, boils down to competence ng bawat isa. I think yung principal, just like for me, it is the role also of the principal architects or us, yung peers, really to give guidance doon sa ibang mga yung mga ating mga younger aspiring na talagang nagsisimula pa lang or within us, giving them a lot of experience. So also, tignan din natin yung pagkakataon o yung oportunidad to look also outside. Nabanggit nga ni Chairman Ali that there are a lot of things that we can probably share or get from the other economies or countries which you can probably use, no? And also gusto ko lang puntuhan I think one more thing is that this is also my observation, even from the school, no? Even from the preparation of the curriculum. I think we have to really come up with, kasi meron tayong pinadadala ng mga representatives sa CHED, no, to work on dito sa ating mga curriculum. I think what we need now is really to make a concerted effort to come up with yung mga dapat nating improve dun sa ating relative to the curriculum para maging mas maganda at maayos at yung ihanda para sa global practice. Also, just like for me, siguro din I would like to request also yung mga peers natin. Yung iba kasi kinakausap ng iba para tumulong. Like for me, kinausap ako ng PUP to help them as para bang tutulong sa pag-prepare ng kanilang how they will have to go with their sa kanilang architectural program, no. Sana rin yung mga ibang peers natin can also share the experience, no, para din mapalakas natin kasi this is also our moral responsibility. Ayan, lalo na si Chairman Ali, napakalawak ng kanyang kaalaman, and I think the problem is that, you know, some just don't want to take advantage of the wealth of information and knowledge that Chairman Ali has. So I think this is one thing that the peers should also share the knowledge. And also yung mga iba, huwag kayo mahiya kasi marami naman yan eh. Yan si Chairman Ali, huwag lang magpapahinga na yan. Pero anytime na makakausap ko yan, nandyan yan para, kaya nga sabi ko dito sa akin sa Task Force RA 9266, isa siya sa Council of Advisor because the wisdom we had, the cooperation we had even before, really I treasure it. Yun lang, Dan. Maraming salamat.
Okay, thank you. And Architect Ali?
Thank you for those words, President Boy Maitokayo. Anyway, let me start off with Article 1723 of Republic Act. So that's Article 1723 of Republic Act. Sorry for the dog in the background. Republic Act 386. That's the new civil code of the Philippines. We call that NCCP, the new civil code of the Philippines. In that particular article, 1723, it discusses the liability, the civil liability of the architect. No? So the architect is going to assume that liability for a period of 15 years, usually from the time the building is occupied. But there's a big but. If anything happens to that building within those 15 years, there will still be a 10-year waiting period for a civil case to be filed against that architect. No? So remember always that when you sign and seal architectural documents, you're parang ang sabi namin yan parang ano yan eh, parang sentensya yan eh. It's 15 to 25 years. So you are assuming that, no? But we're still lucky because in some countries it's a lifetime guarantee that architects extend to their projects. So sa atin 15 years, no? Plus 10. No? Now regarding the situation that Architect Dan mentioned about architects assuming the liability of people working under them. That's quite important. I can't just recall the case number because this is a celebrated case about a famous architect. The decision was handed down by the Supreme Court in the mid-1990s. No? So basically what it said was that the acts performed by people under the employer, the direct employee of the architect, those acts, if that particular person fails in the performance of that act and that failure results in harm or damage to property, that will become the responsibility of the signing architect.
Wow.
So in that particular situation, it was a whole building that came down during an earthquake. The architect was adjudged as liable for paying 50% of the reconstruction cost of that building. So if that building cost 50 million, the architect was assessed 25 million pesos. And the other 50% was assessed the constructor. So the problem, I believe, was the structural design. was undertaken by an engineer under the direct employ of the architect. So the lesson there is that if you do not want to cover that particular liability of another professional, let the owner sign a separate contract with the other professional, whether that professional is a structural engineer, an electrical engineer, and so on. So they should sign a separate contract, and the architect should not assume the professional liability of those other professionals.
Interesting. That's really interesting, because that's when they say employ. Sorry, it means that, because normally we have a contract wherein we provide all services, but we hire a structural engineer, diba?
Yes,
so does that fall under the word employ?
That would fall under that classification, because the architect is the one who brought in that particular professional into the project to perform a particular set of services.
Wow. Okay. So the liabilities are just way beyond our particular individual practices as architects.
Yes, yes.
Okay. I think Ria had a question for Architect Ali. Ria?
Yes. So I just want to circle back to what Architect Dan pointed out earlier regarding architectural instruction. So this is also in relation to what Architect Ali presented earlier about his personal aspirations for RLAs. So you mentioned, sir, that it would be ideal for us to aspire to become part of the Canberra Accord. What do you think, sir, would be the measures that we need to take in order to achieve that?
Sorry, I was on mute. I'm not really that familiar with the inner workings of the Canberra Accord, but the Philippines would have to probably become part of the Canberra Accord in order to clearly establish their requirements for entry or acceptance into that accord. So if we are not a member of that accord, the graduates of Philippine schools will always be at a disadvantage. So it's important for us to be a member of that accord, so that our graduates, the graduates of Philippine schools, even those who graduated in the past 50 years, would be accorded a certain status, so that when their qualifications are pitted against graduates or products from other universities in other countries, they would be more or less on an even footing. So in the present situation, we are not in that state. We are always at a big disadvantage. So the participation of Philippine schools in the Canberra Accord is a very, very important aspect of international practice.
All right, thank you, sir.
Oh, great. Lito, did you have a question, or should I proceed?
Siguro po, one last question, or my next question would be for Architectural Dan. So, sir, you were the convener of ICA 2021. What were some of the highlights of that convention for you, sir?
Yeah, we're talking about ICA. Number one, actually, we were able to have a lot of very really prestigious, well-known, and well-versed in the topic that was discussed. No, I would say that the expectation, the expectation of some of our members, then in spite of the fact that this is virtual, we were able to relay a lot of learnings from the speakers that has presented, which presented their topic. The only thing that probably we really miss is that in the past it's really a face-to-face meeting, but I think this also proves that one, the UAP, our organization, has again shown the members of the APEC Architect Central Council member economies that our preparation was just not merely on the APEC Architect Council meeting, but also we had this very nice activity like ICA, and we have also again showcase that UAP has been continuously promoting the APEC Architect Registry project for our members also. This is also very, very important.
All right. Thank you very much, Architect Roldan. Go ahead, Sir Dan. Do you have other questions? You're muted, sir.
There. There's a question here from President Titus, which is interesting. He says that dual citizens, architects in foreign country, who had to relinquish their citizenship because basically they're dual citizens. Under the new law, they also have to give up their PRC license, right? I guess the question is, what will happen to their affiliated organization and they can still get back their license if they are no longer citizens? I guess this would be for Architect Ali.
In the case of architects, Filipino architects under the employ of foreign governments, it is actually not necessary for them to relinquish their citizenship unless that is a requirement for their employment. I was told about a case in the US, maybe it could be several architects, and their contracts require that they relinquish their Philippine citizenship as a precondition for their employment in the US. So they did that, apparently, and they were wondering what would happen to their licenses if they do that. Now, if they relinquished or they gave up their Philippine citizenship, then the license goes away with that act of giving up the citizenship. Remember that the privilege of practicing a profession is only granted to Filipino citizens for practice in the Philippines. So that will go away. And if they decide at some future time to probably reacquire the Philippine citizenship, then there has to be that process to, again, if they are able to reacquire Philippine citizenship, there has to be a process for them to be vested with the same privilege that they gave up. So we're just not sure at this time if such a case has actually prospered in the case of the PRBOA or the PRC. But that is one big possibility, that there would have to be that process of vesting or revesting the privilege of practicing architecture on those who reacquire their Philippine citizenship.
Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry, Lito's telling me that we have 5 minutes, but there's one particular question I just wanted to ask, then we'll ask you, both of you, to give us your final words. And this is something actually more personal. When we go into the APEC architecture, it goes through a committee, right? Basically, everybody's selected, or there's a process in which different peers begin to evaluate that. I have a question on what do you think is that there should be a better way where we start policing the profession as well as professionals, and is there any mechanism currently that allows the profession to begin to police its peers? Let me just give you an example. No? I say this, I'm a consultant to the Barangay Wakwak. There was one particular architect who submitted plans, and then when we submitted a report on the code violations and everything else, I basically got asked not to submit the report, right? And I said, of course, I can't do that, right? And so we submitted the report basically on violations. And my question is, stemming from that experience, I know we are supposed to self-police, but is there a little bit more stringent manner in which we can begin to police the practice in the profession? Let's start with Architect Ali, please.
That's a very interesting situation. It's really actually up to the organization to do something about a situation like that, because number one, the architect involved should know what the practice entails, and the practice entails an actual, or requires an actual working knowledge of the codes, number one, and making sure that the codes are followed for the simple reason that public interest always has to be upheld over private interests. So public interest is in the form of following the laws and the codes intended for everyone's compliance. No? So that should not be sacrificed to allow the client to benefit, to attain a certain advantage over the general public. So I think that's really something that the organization can look into. But professionally, the architect involved may actually be charged on ethical grounds and potentially on malpractice grounds if he persists in his wrongful interpretation of the codes. So those are two possibilities.
Okay.
Outside of the organization.
Okay. Architect Roldan?
Yeah. Sususugan ko lang yung sinabi ni Architect Ali, no? Marami nangyayari dyan. Siguro one also done, I think I talked to PICAB Board of Director. Marami din ako experience ngayon. Marami din sinabi na sumbong ang PRBOA. Hindi lang kasi yung practice ng profession natin per se ang nako-compromise. There are some architects who goes into construction or contracting without any PICAB license and without enough experience. Nagkakameron ng problema during the process ng kanilang pakikipagkontrata sa owner. And sometimes nadadrag yung title na architect kasi dala-dala nila yon. That's number one. Number two, totoo yung sinasabi ni Chairman Ali. Tayo mismo, we have to make it sure that we are following the code of ethical conduct natin. Code of ethics. No? Yung experience mo, for example, maraming requirements minsan magkakaiba from cities, from villages. And I think one of the things that any architect applicant in applying in a, like for example in a village or in a subdivision is of course the compliance of all the restrictions, the rules and regulations of the village or the subdivision. Ano yan automatic dapat yan Kung sinabi dito, ganito ang restriction, may setback, ganito ang character ng dapat itinatayo, ganito dapat ang cost, the architect should follow. Because that's one way to show also the public na tayo mga arkitekto, marunong tayong sumunod sa rule of law. Because even now, ang pinaglalaban natin rule of law, if we violate the rule of law, mismo tayo, then ano yung papakita natin sa public? So I think this is very important. We have to establish integrity and credibility as we practice our profession. Yun lang, Dan.
Okay. Thank you. And as usual, this is super bitin sa time because I actually had follow-up questions, but I'm behaving. So can we have some last words first from Architect Ali and then Architect Roldan? And again, thank you very much for your time. And this is something that I found very enjoyable. Architect Ali, please.
Well, what was that question you had, Dan?
Just maybe parting words for our advice to the group and everybody else listening in.
Okay, thank you. Basically, what I had in my presentation were two things. We have actually two Bibles of practice. We live by those Bibles. No? When I say Bible, it's something authoritative in nature, something like a rule book or a guidebook. So we have the RA 9266, our law. We have to try to look at all of those things that came after the passage of the law. There are a lot of regulations that came out after that. So over the next 12 years, a lot of regulations were promulgated and issued, published, disseminated. And the same is true with the building code, our second Bible. No? Because we have to be the authority on the building code. The building code, if you look at it closely, is written in the language of the architects. It is not written in the language of the engineers. if you look closely at the composition of those who originally framed the 1977 building code, there you find a lot of architects there, and that is reflected in the wording of the building code itself. It's written in the language of the architects, and we must try to master it, because it's a document that was handed down over the last probably for the last 4.5, 5 decades. It's actually for our use, our interpretation as professionals. So we have to try to learn more about that code. It's our document. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I totally agree. Architect Roldan.
Yeah. Again, good afternoon to everyone. As past UAP National President, again, I have to continue to assert my moral ascendancy sa inyo, no? Sa inyo. This is for all of you. Gusto ko lang sabihin sa inyo, even as chairman of the task force on RA 9266, rest assured that ang inyong abang lingkod ay very, very vigilant. I'm telling you that we are really trying to, for example, in the judiciary, we're just waiting for the decision of the Supreme Court. Hopefully, it would favor us, and I'm very, very optimistic that our position that was filed in the Supreme Court through the certiorari by our legal counsel, napakabigat po, napakatibay. So I'm looking forward for the victory for us. Let us all pray for that, because this is an excuse always of the civil engineers regarding the case on the 2 sections of PD 1096. It may come out, the decision initially may come out within this year. Hopefully, pati sa pag any parties that would appeal, I think we have to prepare for it. And this is what I told our UP National President. Second, on the executive aspect or executive branch of government, ako ay umaasa, no? Pero nalulungkot. I have to be brutally frank, no? Sorry to say, no? Ginagawa natin, especially with DPWH, I think wala eh. DPWH is not on our side. We have been writing them for quite a time, and they don't have any positive response to us being sa case ito magkasama. Second, I'm also disappointed with PRC. Ako, I have to be very, very brutally frank. Not PR Bawal, but PRC. Sayang yung opportunity na yung commissioner, because before, nung buhay pa si Architect Gigi Chotraco, no, na siya ang commissioner dyan, together with the late PRC Chairman Toble, came up with really a strong position regarding the delineation of practice of the 2 professions sa civil engineers and other architects. Maliwanag po yan that all architectural plans and documents should only be prepared, signed, and sealed by a licensed or registered architect. No more, no less. So, sana, sabi ko nga, gumawa sana ang PRC ng aligned again a statement, because last time ang sabi sa amin ng representative ng secretariat ng PR civil engineer, wala ron nilabas. We have again written PRC but hindi sila naglabas. I think the statement or the position of PRC would resolve all these issues, since they are the one regulating the practice of all professions. And number 3, on the legislative side, I'm just telling you, ayan, alam ni Chairman Ali, hindi kami binigyan ng pagkakataon sa PBA bill. So what we did is we really have to go to our allies in the Congress. Fortunately, yung pong PBA bill, yan po ay nahadlangan. Yan po ay nakapending hanggang ngayon sa Committee on Public Works and Highways under Congressman Madrona. We have really worked out to see to it that our profession is protected. There are a lot of bills, no, that has been filed for the amendment of Republic Act 9266. There were bills that were filed, and again, we will have to refile, regarding the amendment on the local government code, giving an opportunity for architects na nakalagay ngayon the position of provincial, city, municipal architect is only optional. We want it to be mandatory. We want also the position of the building official separate from the position of municipal or city engineer, but a separate position given either to an architect or a civil engineer, but not the same position that the current municipal or city engineer would have. We are working so hard. In fact, sabi ko nga, the latest here is that to tell every one of you, there will be a meeting with Congressman Gonzales. No? Siya ang author noong proposed repeal ng Republic Act 544. This is the civil engineering law. I already told our national president, the members of the MANCOM, and they invited me, sabi ko sa kanya, we will have to stick to the position that we will not allow the civil engineers na ilagay na naman yung very general statement or generic word na building plans. Because do sa proposed bill nila, nakalagay doon, all building plans and documents should only be prepared, signed, and sealed by a licensed and registered civil engineer. I told them, dapat ilagay lang dyan, all civil and structural plans and documents should only be signed and sealed by a civil or structural engineer. Huwag na naman i-confuse kasi kapag tayo ay nagbigay dito, yan na naman ay magiging butas para gampanan ng mga civil engineers at kunin na naman yung karapatan na para lang sa mga arkitekto. To all members of UAP Makati Chapter, rest assured as your past UAP National President, as Chairman of the Task Force on RA 9266, rest assured, and the Chairman for Committee on Legislation and Codes, ang inyo pong amanling ko dito ay magsiservisyo para sa inyo. Just like Chairman Ali has always been there. Kasama ko po siya sa task force bilang advisor ko. So magtiwala po kayo na meron pong nagbabantay, very vigilant, para po protektahan ang ating profesyon. Muli po, magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Architect Boy and Architect Ali. So thank you for those practical words of wisdom and advice in the context of globalization. So again, wala na po tayo masyadong time, but I would just like to take advantage of the presence also of Architect Dan here. So very briefly, sir, I just wanted to ask you, being a global Filipino architect yourself, what do you think we as Filipino architects should focus on to be more competitive in this globalized economy?
Thank you, Ria, for that. First of all, I don't think I'm global. We just work in different parts in the country, you know. But number one is we have to know just me expand. My role for Barangay Wakwak is we do the code reviews for all plans submitted to the barangay before they issue the barangay clearance, right? And so when you talk about global work, it's the first thing we really have to know what are the rules, and we have to make sure we follow all the rules, regardless of where we're working. And so when we're working in Vietnam, it's different rules. When we're working in East Timor, there are different codes. The nice thing about it is there's some codes that are not as strict as ours. Example, I cannot work in Singapore, but I can work in other countries where their architectural profession maybe is not as developed as the Philippines. No? And I think it's not just adherence to the code, and I'll just say this, and this is for the younger architects. When we do houses, we give a fee. And I tell our clients our fees are fee period. And then at the end of the day, sometimes we'll purchase for them, and we give them we get the discounts from the suppliers, we give them the discounts. And at the end of every project, we have a list of all the discounts we got our clients. And the discounts are bigger than our fees. That allows us to give us more, to get repeat work. So that's one. And the second is this other interesting project. It's actually a project we built for Benilde. And I show up in the office and I get a check from a supplier, right? So what I did is I Xerox the check, I crossed it out, I deposited it to the Arkin account, and then I wrote a check to LaSalle. And I said, this is far few in between, because people hopefully know our reputation, and that we are returning the money to you. I did not return the money to the supplier, I returned the check to the institution, and they wrote us a very nice letter. And so my point is, globalization really starts from that, knowing the rules, whether it be codes, whether it be professional practice, and then begin to follow that, because at the end of the day, short-term solutions will not get you a repeat client. And again, thank you very much. And I'd like to thank personally architects Roldan and Adi for your service to the profession. It's really, really good to have people like you covering our backs as architects. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. All right, so thank you very much to Architect Ali and Architect Roldan for that wealth of information about our profession and how we can apply all of this in a more globalized economy. So thank you also to our wonderful moderator, Architect Dan Lechauco. So at this point, we will now be presenting our plaques of appreciation. So please welcome our UAP Makati Chapter Secretary, Architect Abdul Rafi Deron M. Pangandaman.
United Architects of the Philippines Makati Chapter presents this plaque of appreciation to Architect Armando N. Ali, FUAP, Consulting Architect, Planner.ali-PH, former PR BOA Chairman from 2006 to 2012. As guest speaker for the April 2022 General Membership Meeting with the theme Global Competitiveness, Viva Arkitektong Pilipino. With the topic, Triumphs and Challenges of Filipino Architects Today. Given this 8th of April 2022. Signed by Architect Luis Nicanor V. Aguirre, FUAP, AA, UAP Makati Chapter President for Fiscal Year 2021 to 2022. And Architect Abdul Rafi Deron M. Pangandaman, UAP Makati Chapter Secretary for Fiscal Year 2021 to 2022. United Architects of the Philippines Makati Chapter presents this plaque of appreciation to Architect Medeliano T. Roldan Jr., FUAP, UAP, past National President, Principal Architect of Medeliano T. Roldan Jr. and Associates, as guest speaker for the April 2022 General Membership Meeting with the theme Global Competitiveness, Viva Arkitektong Pilipino, with the topic APEC Architect Registry Project for Global Competitiveness, given this 8th of April 2022. Signed by Architect Luis Nicanor V. Aguirre, FUAP AA, UAP Makati Chapter President for Fiscal Year 2021 to 2022. And Architect Abdul Rafi Deron M. Pangandaman, UAP Makati Chapter Secretary for Fiscal Year 2021 to 2022.
Maraming salamat po sa UAP Makati Chapter.
United Architects of the Philippines Makati Chapter presents this plaque of appreciation to Architect Daniel Vicente A. Lechauco, UAP, Managing Partner of Archeon Architects, as moderator for the April 2022 General Membership Meeting with the theme Global Competitiveness, Viva Arkitektong Pilipino, given this 8th day of April 2022. signed by Architect Luis Nicanor V. Aguirre, FUAPAA, UAP Makati Chapter, President for fiscal year 2021 to 2022. And Architect Abdul Rafi Derong M. Pangandaman, UAP Makati Chapter Secretary for fiscal year 2021 to 2022.
Thank you very much again, everyone.
All right, so thank you, Architect Abdul. And once again, thank you to Architect Ali, Architect Boy, and Architect Dan for enlightening us on the challenges as well as the opportunities of architects in an increasingly globalized world. So before anything else, may we please request everyone to turn on their cameras for a quick photo op with our speakers. All right, smile everyone. Okay, next page. All right, and there we have it. So thank you to our participants. And once again, thank you to our guest speakers and guest moderator. It was an absolute honor and pleasure to have all of you with us today. Now, to all of our participants, please don't forget to fill out the evaluation form, which will be posted in the Zoom chat right now. And this will serve as your attendance. All right, so at this juncture, may I now turn over the floor to one of our past chapter presidents and our nomination committee chair for this fiscal year, Architect Michael Conrad Carandang, to present the results of the recently concluded chapter elections.
Yes. Good evening. Can you hear me? Can you all hear me? Hello?
Yes, Miko.
Hello? Can you hear me? Okay. So we'll be announcing the new set of elected officers for fiscal year 2022 and 2023. Okay. So can we share the poster? Is it there? Is it there? No. Okay. Can we share the poster? No, it's the first one. So the last one I sent, the one with a complete list already. Yes. Okay, so we have a very good set of new chapter officers for fiscal year 2022 and 2023. Starting with, we have 5 directors. Director for Education is Architect John Ong. We also have the Director for Internal Affairs is Architect Jeffrey Chung. And for for the Director for External Affairs, ang nagbabalik, Architect Ike Slim. And for the Director for Professional Practice, it's Architect Albert Quesada. And of course, for the Director for Filipino Architecture, it is Architect Dominic Galicia. Okay, so the next position is for the auditor. We have running for a second term. It's Architect Cecilia Cheng San Diego for chapter auditor. Then we also have returning chapter treasurer. It's Architect Richie Ongteco. Yes, and we have a returning new architect officer for a secretary. It's Architect Leslie Ann Pardo, the new chapter secretary. Okay, and for the position of the vice presidents, we have for the vice president of for operations, it's Architect Lito Tabuldan. Yes, and again, the vice president for planning, it's none other than Architect Dan Lichauco. Yes, and of course, we have a second-termer president. Second-termer president, it's Architect Luis Titus Aguirre. He is our returning president for the next fiscal year. Yes, congratulations everyone, and looking forward to a more fruitful term for you guys, okay? Yes. Back to you, Raya.
All right, thank you very much, Architect Nico. And congratulations to our new board of directors for fiscal year 2022 to 2023. So that includes 3 of our College of Fellows, and that includes 2 of our recently conferred College of Fellows, Architect Dan Lichauco, Architect Dominic Galicia, and of course, our current chapter president in his second term, Architect Titus Aguirre. And 4 of our current chapter officers. Ayan. So Godspeed to all of you in the service to the Makati chapter. Now, we'd like to take this time to acknowledge and express our thanks to our key sponsors. This event would not be possible without Boysen, Lixil, Koisen, DMCI Homes, Adaptive Luxor Solutions Inc., Parex, Oikos, iApps, and of course, Metalink. And with that, let us all welcome Miss Alexandra from Metalink for her brief sponsors presentation.
Okay, thank you so much, Architect Ria, for that wonderful introduction. And I would also like to take this opportunity to thank each and every one of you for allowing us to once again present our products and services here in Metalink Manufacturing Corporation. So to start, I'll give you a brief background about what our company is all about. We've been in the industry for 20 years already, and we are manufacturing, installing, and supplying steel roofing, wall cladding, and light framings and structural systems in the Philippines. And we also have the patented roofing profiles. So meaning po, ito ay hindi basta-basta pwedeng gayahin. There is a sense of exclusivity and uniqueness pagdating sa design ng aming mga profiles. Third, Siyempre, pinagmamalaki rin po namin na ang Metalink is the first ever patented long-span stone-coated roof in the whole country. And all our profiles has an innovative design, and we also release new color finishes that perfectly fit for your architectural projects. And lastly, of course, we conform to different standards and certifications to ensure the good quality of our products and services. So the whole company of Metalink, including the manufacturing plants, is SGS ISO certified. We also have the BPS certification. We have a licensing PCAB, and we also conform to the Japan Industrial Standard, or JIS. And we are also a member of these organizations. Okay, so before I proceed on discussing about the profiles that we are offering here in Metalink, let us first talk about the different finishes that we are offering doon sa aming mga roofing profiles, and of course, sa ceilings and wall panels. Siyempre, we have the Tektura Lux series. So this is an all-new roof and wall cladding finish with a rich textured paint technology. Pwede rin siya in different profiles like in multi-rib wall, multi-rib roof, in rib profiles, in simulated tile roofs, including standing seam and many more. And of course, aside from the aesthetics of our Tektura Lux series, it also offers excellent fading and corrosion resistance. So you can see on the screen the 5 different colors that you can choose from in our Tektura Lux series. Of course, let us also take a look at our cool chemistry finish. It has higher thermal reflectance than the traditional dark colored solid paint. And of course, one novelty of this finish is that it absorbs less heat, and it is perfectly paired with EPS or expanded polystyrene for a superior thermal insulation. So in short, kayo pong mga architects, na usually prefer ninyo talaga sa mga projects ninyo is mga dark colored na panels, no? Lalo na kung mga pang-architectural or high modern yung mga projects. So there is a tendency na pwedeng ma-damage yung ating EPS kasi nga po alam naman natin na yung dark color is nag-absorb siya ng heat. Pero with the cool chemistry, this is our new technology, perfect talaga siya with EPS because this profile or this panel absorbs less heat. So pwede siya talaga perfect for exterior applications. Then we also have the metallic finish. It's available in gunmetal and champagne gold color. So kagaya rin po ng ating cool chemistry, nagpo-provide din po siya ng better thermal reflectance and has longer fade resistance at nakaka-maintain din ng brilliant gloss better than the solid paint. Of course, this is also perfect for interior and exterior applications. All right, so now let's take a look at our stone-coated finish. This is one of our premium finishes here in Metalink. It has outstanding sound reduction. Actually, it has 13% sound reduction as compared dun sa ating mga traditional pre-painted na material or finish. And then the stone-coated finish also acts as an additional protective barrier for steel, roofing, and other similar applications. Siyempre, perfect din ito sa mga areas or projects na exposed sa mga salty and humid conditions, lalo na yung mga nasa shorelines and coastal locations. Siyempre, meron din siyang great resistance against scratch and fading. Ang aming stone-coated finish is available from 0.4, 0.5, and 0.6 thicknesses. At pwede rin po siya kahit saang profile ng Metalink, except only for the curved roof and seam lock. At syempre, wag naman po natin kalimutan ang ating regular pre-painted. It may seem very ordinary, but it has 7 years fade resistance, and that is guaranteed. So it is available in 9 colors that you can choose from. Okay, so those are our finishes here in Metalink. So now let's proceed on discussing the summary lang or samples of our traditional or regular roof, ceiling, and wall panels in Metalink. Of course, we have the ordinary rib profiles, but our rib profiles has the most widest effective coverage here in the Philippines. So we have two, the Eco Rib and the Eco High Rib. So if you have a requirement na kailangan nakabend yung ating rib profile, so pwede natin gawin siyang curved roof. And we also have the Metacore or the corrugated roof. And also our simulated tile roofs, which is the Euro Elegance and the Euro Elegance Premier profile. Okay, so those are our regular products in Metalink. Siyempre, meron din tayong premium roofing system. So, dyan na po papasok yung ating mga stone-coated, textura, and other profiles. But first, let's take a look at our stone rib. The stone rib is based on our Eco High Rib roof profile. It has an effective coverage of 1,055 millimeters at meron po siyang 30 millimeters na rib height. So, one of our high profile customers is Miss Jeneline Mercado and Dennis Trillo, where they use the stone rib for their Mountain View residential project in Rizal. So ito po yung project na ongoing, and this one is a finished project already. And it's also perfect for to be used as roof and wall cladding, kagaya ng ginawa ni Kubo Modular. So lahat po ng mga roofing sa projects ni Kubo Modular, kumukuha po sila sa Metalink. So they are using the stone rib. It's also perfect for residential projects, pwede rin sa mga commercial projects and resorts. And the stone rib is ideal for the slope as low as 5 degrees. All right. So now let's proceed on our Metacool. So ito po yung aming sandwich panels. So Metacool is available in rib, and also we have the wall panels. So Metacool is available in pre-painted, stone-coated, textura, and of course in cool chemistry and metallic finishes. So one benefit of our Metacool, of course, it helps promote thermal insulation sa project. It's very cost-effective, lightweight, napakadaling i-install, at syempre health-friendly din siya because it's odorless and non-toxic. So for the Metacool wall panel, very aesthetic naman po pagka in-install sa project. It's either for residential or for construction, pwede rin for industrial use or poultry projects. So the thicknesses of our EPS is available from 25 to 200 millimeters. And now let's proceed on our simulated tile roof. As discussed earlier, we have the Euro Elegance and the Euro Elegance Premier. But we also have a version of that in stone-coated finish, and we call that the stone tile. So the stone tile has an effective coverage of 990 millimeters, and the step height is 29 millimeters. So I also mentioned that one of the benefits of our stone-coated roof, perfect po sa mga projects na malapit sa dagat, dahil lalo na kung alam natin na ang condition or yung environment near the shoreline is very acidic, no? Very salty. So madaling magkaroon ng rust or corrosion yung ating roof. So para ma-protect natin at mapahaba natin yung lifespan ng ating roof, pwede nating option na gamitin ng ating stone tile. One benefit po, hindi nyo na kailangan gumamit ng undersheetings. So it will really help save on manpower cost, labor cost, energy, time, and of course, cash. Okay, so aside for the resorts, pwede rin siya for residential and commercial projects. So that's our stone tile. Now let's take a look at our metacore or the corrugated. Yes, very regular. Dahil commonly, alam natin to, ginagamit lang natin sa mga bahay, 'di ba? Kagaya ng mga rib. But then, it can also become extraordinary when you apply it with stone-coated finish. So this one is a project with Jagnus Design Studio in Bonifacio Global City, wherein they use the metacore in stone-coated. So as you can see, ginamit po siya sa ceiling and wall for interior use. So lumabas po yung beauty ng ating metacore as well as dun sa project mismo. All right, so those are our premium products here in Metalink, but let's take a look then dun sa ating mga new line of innovative products. Siyempre, nandyan po si Havana. This is our take on the horizontal roof. So it's also applicable in stone-coated and Tektura. So for the Havana, you don't need to put clips kagaya ng ginagawa sa ibang horizontal roofs. And this is also ideal for slopes as low as 15 degrees. And the thickness, syempre, from 0.4 to 0.6. So it's also perfect for residential projects, pwede rin sa mga hotels, commercial projects. It also portrays concealed fastening system. So wala po kayo makikitang screws na visible. So very concealed at very sleek ang kanyang design. It's also available in Tektura finish. So these are some of the photos that we have for some of the projects. Okay. So aside from our Havana, we also have our flex seam or the standing seam. So ngayon po sa standing seam, dahil nga po commonly alam natin ang rib tsaka corrugated, pero we are now starting to promote this kind of profile, especially talagang sa Filipino market. So our flex seam is available in two effective widths. We have 312 and 510 millimeters. And syempre, it's not also limited in pre-painted. Pwede rin siya in different finishes. So I'm showing to you one of our prominent clients here in Metalink, Architect Benji Mendoza from Baad Studio, wherein he used the flex seam in pre-painted finish for his rodeo farmhouse in Alfonso, Cavite. See? Then we also have, of course, pinagmamalaki rin namin, a globally renowned architect, Architect Eduardo Calma from Lord Calma and Partners, wherein he used the flex seam roof in pre-painted again for his project in Ayala West Grove Heights. So he required a 3-degree slope for this project. So as you can see, it's very clean, it's very slick. So if you have a requirement for almost flat degrees slope for your project, so you can opt to use our flex seam panel. Okay, so one novelty of this flex seam is that it can also be installed with our EPS or expanded polystyrene, as thick as 8 inches. So that's what Architect Ed used for this project. So this is the example of that. Before we released this to Architect Ed Calma, we ensured na talagang well-tested namin ito sa aming manufacturing plant and sa in-house laboratory ng Metalink. So this is the example of the EPS, and we tested that with a 4.5 meters long panel with a 250 kilogram capacity. So sa pinaka-edge po ng ating flex seam is yung load-bearing capacity niya. Then, FlexSim is not just limited to be used as roof. It can also be installed as a wall panel. Either you choose to apply it with textura finish. It also looks appealing and very aesthetic. So this one is our project with the sister company of Metalink, the Modern Brands Inc. So they use the FlexSim in textura for their showroom project. So another advantage of using the wall cladding, it will also save you on cost because you don't need to install or magpagawa pa ng mga concrete, no? Because para maiwasan din yung mga cracks, mas malleable yung ating mga metal. So FlexSim is also perfect for those kind of projects. Okay, so now let's move on to our Primera roof, which is our version for the multi-rib roof. So it has an effective coverage of 1001 millimeters, and it's also not limited in pre-painted finish as well. So commonly it is used for residential projects, but you can also use this in other different projects. Then we also have the multi-rib wall, which we call the Linnea wall. So the Linnea wall has an effective coverage of 376, and this is also available in long span. And one of our prominent clients in Metalink is Miss Yasi Pressman, wherein she used the Linnea wall in pre-painted for her gate and for the ceiling of her storage room and for the sidings of it. Then it can also be used as a facade. And for commercial projects, just like what you see on your screen. So we have that for KFC and McDonald's. So this one is our project in SLEX. And we also use this on our own office here in Metalink. But wait, there's more. Linnea wall can also be in stone-coated finish. Okay, so now let's take a look at our seam lock roof or the snap lock roof. So it has a concealed fastening system. So if you see my arrow here, dito po ini-install yung ating mga tech screw so that when you install this in your projects, very clean ang dating. Wala kayong makikitang tech screw din na naka-expose dun sa project. At yung seam lock natin is also ideal for slopes as low as 5 degrees. But it can also be used as a wall panel din. So this one is our residential project in La Vista, Quezon City. And seam lock can also be applied with textura finish for your projects, whether it's for residential or commercial or industrial. By the way, seam lock has 3-point anti-leak system. It guarantees, it really guarantees leak-proof capability. Okay, so those are our new and innovative line of products here in Metalink. But we also have our accessories because Metalink is also like a one-stop shop already for your wall cladding and roofing requirements. So we have metal spandrels, the structural systems, and light framing systems. For the spandrels, these are substitutes for linear wood ceilings, sidings, and fascia. It's available in different variants, such as in classic, mini rib, mini core, and perforated to allow breather slots. It has an effective width of 101 millimeters and 165 millimeters. So these are some of the projects that we did. This one is in Parkwood, Pasig City, and for a gasoline station, residential project. Okay. All right. And now we also have our structural systems like the steel decking. We have two variants, the flat decking and web decking. And we also have these light framing systems that you can see on your screen. And we also offer our special product here, the powerful guardrail system, the Tough Guard. So because Metalink is manufacturing steel products, so if you have a requirement for our guardrail system, so you can contact Metalink for this item. So this is commonly used for highways, bridges, and road safety, for property and warehouse protective barriers, syempre to avoid din yung mga accidents sa mga SLEX or NLEX. Okay. And can also be bent in concave or convex termination. Okay, so if you have any requirements, for example, outside Metro Manila, like in Visayas or Mindanao, you don't need to worry because although our head office is here in Quezon City and our manufacturing plants are in Luzon, we can still cater for your requirements or your projects because we have several dealer partners nationwide. And please do not also forget to follow our social media accounts. We have our website, metalink.com.ph, and our Facebook and Instagram. Always remember po that if you really wanted to invest in a good quality roof, please do not forget the name Metalink. Dahil Metalink, walang iba. Basta bubong, Metalink. So thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity and God bless you all.
All right. Thank you very much to Miss Alex from Metalink. That was such a wide array of roofing and cladding material. There's a product for every project and for every architect. So I think that we have just one question here from one of our past chapter residents, Architect Lynette Segovia. So she asks, do you have repainting services available? Miss Alex?
We don't have repainting services, ma'am. If the panel is supplied by Metalink, probably yes, we can do the repainting services. But if it is not supplied by Metalink, we cannot do any repainting services for that.
All right. So thank you for that question and thank you very much for clarifying, Miss Alex. All right. So now, once again, to get better acquainted with our newly elected officers for the next fiscal year, 2022 to 2023, here are a few highlights of their professional experience. there we have it. Once again, congratulations to our amazing set of newly elected leaders in the chapter. At this point, in lieu of our typical raffle, the board has decided to give an early bird gift to 3 of our earliest attendees for today. So kindly respond to claim when we mention your name. All right, so first up is Architect Eleanor Hazel Ang. Architect Hazel. All right, so the next one is Architect Mervin Tuazon.
Present.
And congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
And finally, we have Architect Melchor Kabamalan. Are you there, sir? All right, so congratulations. Kindly expect to be contacted by our BOD within the week. Now, before we close this event, to give a short message from our UAP B3 District Director, Architect Jaime Hermajenes, please welcome once again Architect Lito Tabuldan.
Thank you, Architect Raya. I would like to read the message sent by our District Director, Architect Jaime Hermajenes. Good evening, UAP Makati Chapter. My apologies for not being with you this evening. The UAP national elections will be held on day 1 of the convention and canvassing on day 2. Our District B3 representative for UAP National COMELEC, Architect Marina Espares of the UAP Las Piñas chapter has been updating us in the developments regarding the elections. The candidates will be officially presented to the general membership tomorrow, April 9. The chapter's presidents and members of the UAP National Board of Directors will be casting the chapter ballots on April 22 from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. We have the following lone candidates for the National Board of Directors. For the UAP National President, Architect Richard Garcia. For the National Executive, Vice President Jason Ang. For the Area B Vice President, Delphine Mirabete. For the Secretary General, Vanessa Ledesma of Makati CBD Chapter, and for National Treasurer, Richie Corcuera of Cavite Chapter. For the B3 District Director, Ferdinand De La Paz. It is noteworthy that we have 2 candidates from B3 this year. For the National Auditor, we have 2 candidates, Annie Pugeda and Jose Glenn de Guzman. The official campaign period starts on April 11 and ends on April 20. District B3 would like to thank the Nominations Committee, Representative Dennis Bautista of Cavite Aguinaldo Central Chapter, and COMELEC Representative Marina Espares of Las Piñas Chapter. We will be sending updates to chapter presidents, Architect Titus Aguirre, as they come. Thank you and have a good evening. Message from District Director Architect Jaime Hermajenes.
All right. Thank you to Didi Jimmy and to Architect Lito for relaying his message. And now, for the closing remarks, let us all welcome once again our UAP Makati Chapter President, Architect Luis Nicanor V. Aguirre IV, FUAP AA.
Dear friends and colleagues, tonight has been a blessing for us. We have just reflected, re-elected, and others are newly elected to our beloved UAP Makati Chapter BOD. Thank you for the vote of confidence. Congrats to our nominees in College of Fellows. Investiture will be on April 21. I hope you watch virtual, and some of us will attend face-to-face during the NatCon proper. Let's give an applause to our Architect Dan Lechauco and Architect Dominic Galicia. I would like to thank everyone in attendance, our members and past presidents, guests, and of course, our incredible speaker and moderator. We hope we can count on you to support the rest of our activities. Tonight, after listening to the presentation and exchange of thoughts, we are more aware of the change and threats to our architect's law. On behalf of the Makati chapter, I would also like to thank our media partners, It's Happening Philippines, and our generous sponsors, Boysen, Kuisen, DMTI Homes, Otis, Oikos, Adaptive Lock Source Solutions, Metalink, Parex, Lixil, and of course, IAPS Automation. Vote wisely this coming national elections. With this, I am officially closing the 6th General Membership Meeting of UAP Makati. Diyos Mabalos, Viva Arkitektong!
Viva! Thank you very much, Architect Titus, and congratulations on your re-election, sir. Now, before we go, may we please request everyone to turn on your cameras for our final group photo. This is for the documentation of our attendees. So let's start with our first page. All right, smile, everyone. Okay. All right. And there we have it, folks. That concludes our April GMM. Again, we would like to thank everyone who participated tonight, all of our attendees, guest speakers, moderator, partners, and sponsors. And of course, congratulations to our new set of board of directors for the fiscal year 2022 to 2023. So we hope to see you again soon. I'm Raya Zumudio, wishing everyone a blessed Palm Sunday and Holy Week. Good night.